Ooh, hey guys. Sorry. I woke up. I meant to be up and have this on early, but they're not talking yet, so that's good. Look at me, I'm all swollen. We're gonna turn the cam off for a minute because I got my morning face on, even though I washed it. I figured we could start watching the jewelry picks over. And we could start watching Evelyn's trial. This is taking forever though. I hope you guys all took a day of respite yesterday on Summer's birthday and just had some thoughts about her. And I didn't want to go live because, like I put in that community post, it's not a day of celebration. She should be there celebrating, blowing out birthday candles. Okay, here we go. Let's get started. Yeah. I have heart failure. My face swells when I wake up. It looks awful. Oh, come on. Let's get this. We've been waiting a long time for justice for this baby. It's finally here. Evelyn's what brought me to Summer. I was in all her groups on Facebook, and they all turned to Summer groups when Summer had gone missing. This should be an interesting trial to look back and remember all the crazy stuff that happened too. This is going to be sad. Yeah, I believe so too. Wonder if they're going to have her mom and that dude she was dating testify. I can't see how they wouldn't. They were a big part of it. Thank you, baby. We'll finally probably get to hear from Mr. Hunterwood, whatever his name is. Sorry. Very slow start. Yes, ma'am, A1 Way Street, always street.
I've noticed that all through the frame. These last four chairs, jury cards on.
I didn't watch none of the jury pool, them picking it, so I don't know. Like Quitten's, I was a little more in tune. I probably should have paid attention.
Gets photographed, a live stream. How bad that day is going to go for everybody.
A1 is good. Okay.
All right. I think
You are A1. There we go.
Hear me through the microphone. The jury has ordered their lunch. State, you ready to begin?
We are, Your Honor. We are, Judge.
I'm gonna bring them in. I'll swear them. Then I'll have to read the preliminary comments that's required. General, I'm gonna go ahead and give you the indictment. I gave you a copy of the redacted page.
Yes.
I'll put that in there. Then we'll take the plea. Then we'll go straight into open statements and start the proof. If they're ready.
One stand, please. You guys can be seated. Jury remain standing.
Okay, so before this gets started, do you think it's going to be a really long trial? I don't. I think that they've waited, I say maximum a week or two, maybe the middle of next week, because we've waited all this time, right? We're going to see the effects of waiting so long for a trial. This, in my opinion, this never should have happened. Oh, wow. All right, let me play it. I'll pause intermittently. I want to hear. If you guys can't hear it, let me know. If somebody knows, is Court TV also streaming this? Because that might be helpful. Or Law and Crime.
Be sworn, please.
Gary, I want to use that chair back there.
Okay.
Yours, and you can just sit in the roller chair down here on the flat. It can stay up there. While they're moving the furniture. If you'll just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues to be joined between the state of Tennessee and the defendant and the true verdict rendered thereto according to law and evidence, so help you God? Be seated. Can everybody hear me? Can y'all hear me okay? Yes. All right. Before we begin the trial, I would like to tell you a little bit about what will happen during the course of the proceedings. I want to describe basically how the trial will be conducted and what the attorneys, jurors, and judge will be doing over the course of the trial. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on how you are to go about reaching your decision, but now I simply want to explain how the trial will proceed. The defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charge is referred to as a presentment. A presentment is the formal accusation charging a defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. The defendant has pled not guilty to the charges. She is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless, after hearing all of the evidence, attorney's arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The first step in the trial will be the attorney's opening statements. The state will tell you about the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea of what the state's case is about. This opening statement is not evidence. Its only purpose is to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will attempt to prove. After the state's opening statement, an attorney for the defendant may make an opening statement if he should so choose. Again, statements of attorneys are not evidence. Next will be the state's case in chief, in which the state will present its evidence. The evidence in the case will most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the attorneys. After the state completes its case in chief, the defense will be given an opportunity to present evidence through witnesses and exhibits. A defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden is always on the state to convince you that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the defense does present proof, the state may then put on what is known as rebuttal proof. After you have heard all the evidence, I will instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in reaching your verdict. The final part of the trial occurs when the state and defense may present final arguments. I previously told you that opening statements by the attorneys are not evidence. Likewise, closing arguments are not evidence. In closing arguments, the parties will attempt to summarize their cases and help you understand the evidence that was presented. After you hear my instructions and the parties' closing arguments, I will select and excuse the alternate jurors, and the final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. You will then begin your deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your deliberations will be secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. Now that I have described in outline form the trial itself, let me explain the functions that you and I will perform during the trial. I will decide which rules of law apply to the case. My decision will be reflected in my responses to questions and objections the attorney raised during the trial, as well as in my final jury instructions. It is your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law and my instructions to the facts, and from that application, you'll arrive at a verdict. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden remains on the state throughout the entire case. Keep in mind that the defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against her. Thus, the defendant is not required to prove her innocence, to have her attorneys make any statements or arguments, or to produce any evidence. Reasonable doubt is that doubt engendered by an investigation of all the proof in the case, and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. A conviction cannot be based on conjecture, suspicion, or mere belief that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. Reasonable doubt is a high burden, but it does not mean proof of an absolute certainty. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of the offense. Reasonable doubt does not mean a captious, possible, or imaginary doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a whim, it is not speculation or suspicion, it is not an excuse to avoid the performance of an unpleasant duty, and it is not sympathy. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based on reason and common sense after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. You, as jurors, must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the crime charged in the presentment. You must consider the evidence in each count separately. You must base that decision only on the evidence in the case and my instructions about the law. An important part of your job will be making judgments about the testimony of the witnesses who testify. You should decide whether you believe what each person says and the importance of his or her testimony. In making that decision, I suggest you ask yourself a few questions. Did the person impress you as honest? Did he or she have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did he or she have a personal interest in the outcome of the case? Did the witness seem to have a memory of the events he or she testified about? Did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the things he or she testified about? Did he or she appear to understand the questions clearly and answer them directly? Did a witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? These are a few of the considerations that will help you determine the accuracy of each witness's testimony. In making up your mind and reaching a verdict, do not base any decisions on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than on the other. Likewise, do not reach a conclusion on a particular point just because more witnesses testified for one side on that point. Your job is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. Some of you have probably heard the term circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. These are the two basic types of evidence that exist in law. Direct evidence is direct proof of the facts, such as the testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer or conclude that other facts exist. I will give you further instructions on these as well as other matters at the end of the case. Keep in mind that you may consider both kinds of evidence, which are considered to be of equal value in the law. The court will not provide you with a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. Therefore, you must listen very carefully to the testimony. Each of you will be allowed to take notes during the trial for your own use during your deliberations. You are not required to take notes. Independent memory can be as accurate as written notes. You will be provided with paper and pen if you decide to take notes. During the course of the trial, you should not talk with any witness, defendant, or attorney involved in this case. Please do not talk with them about any subject whatsoever. You may see them in the hallway or at some other location. If you do, perhaps the best standing rule is not to say anything. You also should not discuss this case among yourselves until I instruct you on the law and you start deliberating at the end of the case. It is important that you wait until all the evidence is received and you have heard all of my instructions on the rules of law before you deliberate.
Let me just say, I would make an awful juror. I can never keep my mouth shut. I would want to go about the whole case with all the other jurors, the judge, the people in the courtroom, the attorneys. I would make a very awful juror. I just know that. I don't know how they sit there for weeks on end not speaking to anybody about the case. That has to be mind-boggling.
On yourselves. During the course of the trial, you'll receive all the evidence you may properly consider to decide the case. Because of this, you should not attempt to do any research on your own and gather any information on your own that you think might be helpful. Do not engage in any outside reading, visit any places mentioned in the case, or try to learn about the case outside of this courtroom in any other manner. I do know There will be media reports in the newspapers, on TV, or on the radio about this case. You are not permitted to read, watch, or listen to those reports. You, as jurors, must base your decisions solely on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. At times during the trial, an attorney may make an objection to a question that is asked by another attorney or to an answer that a witness gives. This simply means the attorney is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made or from my ruling on that objection. My rulings only relate to the legal questions that I must determine and should not influence your thinking. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness will not be permitted to answer the question. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement that was made, you should put that statement out of your mind, and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. You may not ask questions. It is the responsibility of the attorneys to present the evidence. You must decide the case on the evidence presented to you. However, during the course of the trial, I may ask a question or two of the witness. If I do, that does not indicate that I have any opinion about the facts in the case, or that I have any opinion with respect to that witness's credibility. Finally, during the course of the trial, I may have to interrupt the proceedings to confer with the attorneys about the rules of law which should apply. In some cases, we may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing, and in some instances, I may ask you to retire to the jury room while we discuss the matter out of your presence. I ask your patience because these interruptions are necessary points in the trial where we have to resolve legal issues. If, after your deliberations, you find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder, we will then proceed to a sentencing, and you will set the punishment. If, after your deliberations, you find the defendant guilty of any other offense or offenses, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment in those offenses. This completes my opening comments to you. We will now proceed with the reading of the presentment. General.
Thank you, Judge. Presentment, case number S-72-869, State of Tennessee, County of Sullivan. Criminal court charge first-degree murder, count 1. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Bosewell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Evelyn May Bosewell, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A1, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge felony murder, count 2. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Bosewell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully and feloniously kill Evelyn May Bosewell, a human and being, said killing being committed in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate the felony crime of aggravated child abuse, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge felony murder, count 3. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Bosewell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully and feloniously kill Evelyn May Bosewell, a human and being, said killing being committed in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate the felony crime of aggravated child neglect, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge aggravated child abuse, count 4. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Bosewell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, knowingly, and other than by accidental means, treat Evelyn May Bosewell, date of birth November 21st, 2018, a child under 8 years of age, in such a manner as to inflict serious bodily injury, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, aggravated child neglect, count 5. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly neglect a child, Evelyn May Boswell, date of birth November 21st, 2018, a child 8 years of age or less, so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare. And the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child, Evelyn May Boswell. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, tampering with evidence, count 6. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously alter, destroy, or conceal evidence with the intent to impair its availability, verity, or legibility as evidence in an investigation. The said Megan Boswell, knowing that an investigation was pending or in progress, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-503, a Class C felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 7. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Tracy Haraz, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning Evelyn Boswell and the defendant's claim that her infant child was with the child's father, Ethan Perry, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 8. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detectives Michelle Gillum and Tracy Haraz, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of her infant daughter and her alleged efforts to locate her daughter, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 9. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Lieutenant Steve Williams, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Bosewell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the alleged last physical contact that the defendant had with her infant daughter and Ethan Perry's alleged refusal to respond to her text and voicemails regarding her daughter following an argument with Ethan Perry about the custody arrangements concerning her daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 10. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Captain Joey Strickler, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged last physical contact with her infant daughter and the defendant's alleged lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of her infant daughter, even though she had concerns that her daughter was possibly injured. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 11. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath, present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 19th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Federal Bureau of Investigation agents Jeff Blanton and Todd Wilcox, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the alleged time frame of when the defendant gave her infant daughter to Ethan Perry to keep, since she could not handle her daughter anymore, and Ethan Perry's alleged threats to take the defendant to court to address the custody of their daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 12. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Captain Joey Strickler, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged claim that she last saw her infant daughter in the custody of Ethan Perry on December 26, 2019, and that she had not contacted the police to report her missing child on the advice of Angela Boswell, the defendant's mother. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 13. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, possibly having her infant daughter, but refusing to share with the defendant the location of her daughter and whether she had custody of the defendant's daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 14. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having taken her infant daughter in mid-December of 2019 and refusing to tell the defendant of her daughter's location, and that she allegedly did not call the police to report her infant daughter missing out of fear that her mother, Angela Boswell, would harm Evelyn Boswell. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 15. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, having allegedly taken her infant daughter because Angela Boswell believed that the defendant owed her money, and that the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, had allegedly told her that Evelyn Boswell would not be returned to the defendant until the money was paid. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 16. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 21st, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Bosewell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning her mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having Evelyn Boswell at an unknown location, and that despite the efforts of the defendant to find her infant daughter, she allegedly did not know the whereabouts of her infant daughter and did not have any additional information to provide to law enforcement in their attempts to find the missing child. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report.
Does anybody remember the news ever reporting that they said it was because she owed Angela money? I don't remember that. That's new. I haven't read her charges in forever, though, neither, so. Okay, hold on.
Count 17. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 23rd, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Assistant Agent in Charge, Chris Wilhoit, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. Concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having given the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, to another person who Angela Boswell refused to name, and that her infant child was safe and would have a better life with the unknown person than with the defendant. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge of use of a corpse, count 19. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously, and without legal privilege, physically mistreat a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-17-312, a Class E felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances, count 20. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously fail to report the death of her infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, to the county medical examiner, local police, district attorney general, or sheriff, where the death was from violence, trauma, or in any suspicious, unusual, or unnatural manner, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 38-7-108, a Class E felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. True bill was returned 22nd day of May 2024, and it's signed Sally Sierra, foreman of the grand jury.
Mr. Scott, how does Ms. Boswell plead to each count?
Defendant pleads not guilty in every count.
Thank you, sir.
Approach.
General, you have opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Today we're going to talk about Evelyn Bosewell for a few minutes. In 2019, Evelyn Boswell was a bright, growing little girl, full of life, healthy, learning to walk, learning to talk, doing all the things that a 12-month-old child would do. Which means today, 5 years later, Evelyn Boswell would be 6 years old. She would be possibly in kindergarten, learning to read, maybe taking her first ballet class or her first soccer game, learning to tie her shoes, all of the things that we think of that are firsts for 6-year-old children. But based upon the last 2 days of our jury selection, we all know that Evelyn Boswell is not going to do any of those things. We all know that all of that was taken away from her in December of 2019 by the defendant, Megan Boswell. And her life wasn't just cut short. It's not just a tragedy. Her life was violently ripped away from her. And we can all agree that it's a shock. It's a tragedy when a child dies. It's upsetting. It upsets all of us. You'll hear phrases like "gone too soon," "what a tragedy." A child has such a life ahead of them. And a lot of times it is a tragedy. And in this case, it's a tragedy too. But in this case, it was a preventable tragedy. There's so much more to this story that you are going to hear. Because Evelyn did not have to die. Evelyn could be here today. And so today, 5 years later, we are asking you to give justice to Evelyn Boswell. During this trial, you will learn that the one person, Evelyn's mother, Megan Boswell, who was entrusted more than anyone else to take care of her, to keep her safe, to protect her, that she failed her in the worst possible way. You will hear proof that the last time Evelyn Boswell was seen alive was December 6th, 2019. You're going to hear that date a few times during this trial. That is the last time that Evelyn Boswell was seen alive. And that was just a few weeks after her first birthday. And you're going to hear from many witnesses who saw Evelyn frequently, saw her all the time, family members, Megan Boswell's friends, that all of a sudden are like, where's Evelyn? Where's Evelyn? We're not seeing. They're concerned. And they would ask Megan Boswell about it. And every time Megan had an answer. Megan concocted a story. And I'm not going to tell you now what she said. You're going to hear that in the proof. But she told all kinds of different stories, depending on the person that she was talking to. And you will hear from those witnesses today. But you will hear, or this week, but you will hear there was concern. You know, they knew Megan. They thought they knew Megan, I should say. And so they wanted to trust that what she was telling them was the truth. But it was not the truth. So after December, what happens next? We have Christmas, New Year's, Where's Evelyn? There is no Evelyn. You will not see any proof that Evelyn was seen at Christmas, New Year's. Then we jump to January. The entire month of January 2020, 31 days. Where's Evelyn? There's no Evelyn. People are really starting to get concerned, and Megan Boswell continues to concoct stories of where Evelyn is to try to help people make sense so she can keep this going. The entire month of February 2020. Where's Evelyn? Again, at this point, family is really starting to get concerned that they have not seen Evelyn. And they're asking questions. Months pass. We're not talking about weeks. We are talking about over 2.5 months that Evelyn Boswell is missing. The defendant is not even just canceling her well visits. She's no-showing. She's just not showing up because she knows where Evelyn is. But again, even to the pediatrician's office, she has to concoct a story about forgetting the appointment maybe, or I got my days mixed up. Always a story. Always a story. So we know now, we did not know then, but we know now that from early December, Evelyn Boswell, even though it had not been reported by Megan Boswell, Evelyn Boswell was a missing child from early December until almost the end of February. She was a missing child. And the only person who knew that, the person who was entrusted to take care of her the most, is the only person who knew that Evelyn was actually missing. And she just left it unreported. Over 2 months later, finally, Megan Boswell's dad, Tommy Boswell, finally essentially puts an ultimatum down on his daughter and says, I'm tired of the stories. If you don't show me my grandchild by the next day, I'm essentially calling the police. Well, Megan knew she could not do that, and she did not do that. And Tommy Boswell finally was the one to report Evelyn missing on February 18th of 2020. Finally, law enforcement gets involved. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation gets involved. The FBI gets involved. All hands on deck to find this missing child. She's finally reported missing. But it's important to note that it was not Megan Boswell that reported her child missing. Megan Boswell never reported her child missing. So you're going to hear from December of 2019 until February of 2020, when it's finally reported, that the defendant's biggest believable story, that really is probably what kept the family from reporting earlier, is she was saying that Evelyn was with her father, Ethan Perry. And you'll hear a lot about Ethan Perry, and you'll get to hear from Ethan Perry yourselves. Ethan Perry is actually not Evelyn's father, but Megan led him to believe that he was the father. And everyone, for all purposes, also believed Ethan Perry was the father. So to the family, they're like, well, that's good. He's stepping up. The father's stepping up. That's good. We're proud of him. And that is the story that Megan Boswell told mostly to her family, to her friends. You were going to hear a lot of testimony about her just telling everyone that Ethan Perry has gotten Evelyn. First, you'll hear that they're trading weeks, but doesn't make sense because people are still not seeing Evelyn. So then Megan took it one step further, where he took her to court and got emergency custody, blaming her for something. And again, not true. There was never court. There were no documents. Juvenile court was never involved. It was just another story that Megan Boswell was telling because she knew where Evelyn was, and she had to keep perpetuating this lie. Interestingly enough, she didn't think it through completely because Ethan Perry at the time was in the Army in Louisiana. He lived in barracks, and I think we all understand and know that in the barracks, there's not going to be a toddler running around. But Megan Boswell, in perpetuating that story, she didn't care. She got the entire Army involved in this to go investigate this poor guy who was trying to serve our country in Louisiana. Pulling him out of his duty, I can't imagine the chaos that caused, all because Megan Boswell wanted to perpetuate this lie. And Ethan Perry didn't even see Evelyn in December. You will hear that he came in to visit his grandparents on leave. He never saw Evelyn Boswell over Christmas or over December. We all know why now. But at the time, Megan again tells the story. Evelyn has the flu. She can't come. And you will hear the testimony that no one, not Ethan Perry or anyone else, saw Evelyn Boswell in December. The hard part. From early December of 2019 until later when her body was found, Evelyn was always in the same place. And Megan Boswell knew that. Megan Boswell knew that because she is the one that put Evelyn there. She placed Evelyn's body in a kitchen trash can, her own trash can from her home, from the trailer that she shared with Evelyn. And she hid that trash can in her own childhood playhouse on her father's property, a playhouse that you will see no one has been in for a very long time, and that it was Megan's. It was personal to Megan, not to anyone else. And you're going to hear that Evelyn was put into the trash can upside down is the best way to describe it, head down, in a bag of trash filled with food debris, broken eggs, her body just placed in there by the defendant. You will see that there was a blanket tightly wrapped around Evelyn's body, pulled up over her face, and quite a bit of aluminum foil then wrapped around her head. The blanket completely covering her face, the foil completely covering her head. Upside down in a trash can, still in her purple fleece onesie and diaper. And as terrible as it is to say, you are going to hear that she just wasn't placed in the trash can, but then another trash bag was placed on top of her. And that trash bag was shoved down into the trash can, compressing Evelyn into the trash can. That's what we're dealing with today. And you're going to hear proof that directly links only one person to this crime, this horrendous crime. You are going to hear that the only person linked to this crime is sitting at this table right here. You are going to hear it from many witnesses. You're going to hear all of the stories that she concocted, the lies that she told, and you're going to hear forensic evidence that links the defendant, Megan Boswell, and only the defendant, Megan Boswell, to this crime. One step further. This entire time, Evelyn is decaying, decomposing in this trash can, again, upside down and compressed. What is Megan Boswell doing? Is she mourning her child? Is she worried? Is she scared? What is she doing? What would a mother be doing? Well, it's not what Megan Boswell was doing. And you're going to hear that. because Megan Boswell got a new boyfriend, and it conveniently happened at pretty much exactly the same time that Evelyn disappears. When no one sees Evelyn again, Megan Boswell has decided she's just gonna, Evelyn just out of the head, and she's moving on with her life, and she is living her best life, and you will hear that. She has this new boyfriend who has money, or at least she thinks he has money, and she's going to have a better life for herself, not her child, but for herself. You will hear that she takes trips. She's clearly falling in love. She moves out of the trailer that she was living in with her child and moves in with this guy within weeks into his home in a very nice neighborhood in Blunteville, Tennessee. You are going to hear testimony that Megan Boswell is taking trips to Gatlinburg, to Pigeon Forge, staying at Margaritaville Hotel, all while her child is upside down decomposing in a trash can. You will never hear that Megan Boswell was upset, mourning her child, crying. All she does is continue to concoct lies to cover up what she did. Is that what a mother does? So you will hear that when Tommy Boswell reports, it's essentially all hands on deck with law enforcement. Immediately, law enforcement goes into action, and you are going to hear so much proof about how much effort went into finding this baby, how much time and hours worked by every law enforcement agency in North Carolina, East Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, everyone putting their efforts into trying to find this little girl and hoping, just hoping to find her alive. So then Megan Boswell then, of course, comes clean, right? Once law enforcement's involved, because Megan knows where Evelyn is, so she's gonna tell law enforcement, right? The answer is no, and you probably can gather that by General Harper reading the indictment for about 40 minutes this morning. Megan Boswell continues to perpetuate her stories, concocting anything, blaming anyone else, Ethan Perry, for a day, 2 days. She continues that story of Ethan Perry. Then you'll hear she admits that's not true. So then she tries to blame her mom, her own mom. She decides to try to blame to try to get out of this because she knows this snowball is rolling down this hill and she's trying to stop it the best she can. Why is she doing that? It's because she knows that she brutally murdered her child and she's trying to cover it up. And maybe she had that hope that Evelyn would never be found. And even to this day, 5 years later, Evelyn would still be a missing child. The defense said something really interesting in jury selection yesterday afternoon that I want to touch on. He said to you, you only have one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? Then he said, Megan only has one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? I submit to you, Megan Boswell has already had her chance. She was gifted with a beautiful child, a healthy, vibrant little girl. Evelyn was perfect. Megan Boswell already had her chance. So today is Evelyn's chance. Today is our chance to get it right, not Megan's. Today's our chance to get it right for Evelyn. I know this is not easy for any of you. Thank you for serving. I promise you that this is not easy for any of us. It is not easy for any of us. But it's so important for us to be here today. You know you're going to see pictures that you don't want to see. You know you're going to hear things that you don't want to hear. But that's how we tell Evelyn's story. What she endured before her death, during her death, and even after her death. And where she had to sit for months while her mother continued to live her life as if Evelyn didn't exist. Ladies and gentlemen, at the close of this proof, we believe you will be left with no doubt at all, that the defendant, Megan Boswell, is guilty as charged in every count of the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Mr. Scott.
Morning. She's right about some things. This is a terrible situation. There's a child, 13-month-old child, dead in a trash can. There's no getting around that.
Hold on just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you go to the officer.
Stand, please. You may be seated, thank you.
Who are you with? All right. Are you the designated still photographer?
Yes, sir.
If that flash goes off again, you'll have 10 days in jail.
Sorry.
The order's very clear.
Yes, Your
There'll be no lights, there'll be no flash. That's disruptive to the jury, that's disruptive to the lawyers, that's disruptive to this process, and I'm not even kidding. If I see another light, whoever it comes from will immediately be held in criminal contempt of this court, and taken to jail for 10 days.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I have it on not flash on my settings.
Well,
I
it
need-
went off because it was right in my face. Now, I got a feeling that one or two of them is going to do that, which will mean it's going to take us like 15 minutes to get started. So we'll take about 10 minutes.
Thank you. Court stands in recess.
I'm muted. That was dumb. Okay. What I was saying was my takeaway from the prosecution's opening statements are she stated that Angela took the baby for money because Megan owed Angela money. Nobody's mother's gonna kidnap a kid for ransom because somebody owes money. That is disgusting amongst all the other statements she made. And I'm not, like, I know people have their thoughts on Megan's mom, but no matter what way you look at it, she's not guilty of harming that baby. And, yeah, that's crazy. The second thing would be Ethan ain't the daddy. What? All this time we were led to believe that Ethan was Evelyn's father. Could you imagine being Ethan? Hey, Tala. Could you imagine being Ethan and finding out for over a year a pregnancy that you think this baby's yours? She accuses the man of having the baby. His mother passes away. He had a lot of family tragedy after Evelyn went missing. And then to find out the baby isn't even yours, or you, Casey Anthony, I always said this one. Glad to see you too. Just insane. Very glad to see you. Thank you for chatting. Okay, so then I was writing down. uh the trash can. There's no denying if the trash can came from her home what happened. At that point, to me, this trial is a waste of taxpayer money. She probably would have got a better deal if she claimed insanity and took a plea deal. I mean, if that's not proof enough, I don't know. Then taking trips while Evelyn was missing. That's new. That was never put out in the public. She went to Pigeon Forge. Geez, it reminds me of another case. And then the judge scolding the news reporter. Those would be my takeaways from opening statements. I feel like he was a little dickheadish. However, they have rules going in. There are reasons for them rules. I just hope he's not that arrogant the whole trial. I mean, I guess it's good to be strict in your courtroom, but it doesn't give you a good vibe from the people who put you there, I think. So, nobody's really chatting. We're just watching this. I'm going to stop my cam mute, go get some coffee, run to the bathroom, and I'll be back when they come back. Wouldn't it be crazy if it came full circle and something happens in Summer's case during this trial? That would be amazing. I would love answers for Summer. I'm going to go live later tonight. I'm trying to go to bed earlier because I want to start going live during the day. Less drama hours. But I'm going to go live later tonight about Summer. I didn't want to go live yesterday about Summer because it was her birthday. I was really sad yesterday. I had a hard day. I'm sure most of us did. It's just been too long. But all right, I'm going to go grab some coffee, run to the bathroom. I have to take my medicine because, like I said, when I woke up, I just hurried up, jumped up, and turned my live on. I wasn't even dressed or not. Look at me. I don't even fuck what people think. So I'll be back in a few. Anyone want a husband? I'm gonna kill mine when he wakes up. Not literally. He spilled coffee all over my white counter over here, and I can't get it off. It's pissing me off. They're coming back in, so I guess I come back on good time. I'm really shocked that Ethan's not the dad and the trash can came from her home. I feel like we're going to find a whole lot of stuff out during this trial that we didn't know. I found it weird that they even started Evelyn's trial on Summer's birthday. I thought they would have waited till next week, but I'm happy it's here. Speaking of Summer, yeah, we'll go over it later. I wanted to talk about the publication they gave out yesterday. I don't know why we didn't get an age progression photo. There should have been another one every 2 years. Somebody's beeping outside. It ain't for me. Look at all that evidence. That's a ton of fucking evidence. I don't even think they need all of it. This is such a waste of taxpayer money. She should have just pled guilty. Especially now you find out the trash can came from her home. I know we heard about the trash bags. Didn't they test the trash bags or something? They said it in earlier. I might have it confused with another case. Hold on, I look purple. I'm going to go turn this other light on. I used to have one of them ring things that you sat on a desk, but my freaking daughter took it for makeup and then she broke it. So you got to deal with purple skin. I'm trying. All right, I guess we'll sit and wait.
All right. Whoever's muting the Zoom, stop. I'll be in charge of muting the Zoom.
One stand, please. may be seated, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, apologize for the courageous. And I just want you to know that wasn't the fault of any of the lawyers or the parties. It was just a procedure that you all had to take care of. Okay? Mr. Scott, I believe you were about to begin your opening statement.
Don't really know where I was at.
Just start over.
I was. That was the first line. I don't really know where I was at, but when Amber, Ms. Massey goes, she's right about a lot of things. I mean, there's not a person in this courtroom that wants to be here discussing a dead child. Nobody. Not you all, not me. But the state asks you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder. It's very interesting what they've done. They've asked you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder in 3 different ways. They've asked you to find that it's a premeditated and intentional killing of her child. And then they're asking you to find that it's a murder that is perpetrated as part of child abuse. And then they're saying, well, if it's not that, surely it's because of child neglect. That's a problem. The state's theory is reasonable doubt in and of itself. They don't know what happened. They don't know how that child died, and they can't prove how that child died. I expect you'll hear from a couple of different medical examiners who come to somewhat the same conclusion, but one medical examiner, I think you'll hear from her, and she has a very interesting theory. But I would suggest to you that her theory is flawed, and the proof will show you why it's flawed. Just like yesterday I was talking about in board hour, I think I asked a couple of you about the scientific method. And if you put in incorrect data, would you get incorrect results? And you will, if it's data significant. The state asks you, I anticipate this medical examiner, based on her testimony in another hearing, is going to say that this child was alive when it was placed in the trash can. But then again, the state says Megan's guilty of abuse of a corpse. Those theories are not consistent. They're not consistent with this. What the state hasn't talked to you about is the possibility of what if this was accidental? What if Megan or Hunter Wood rolled over on that child in the bed? And I find this unreasonable, honestly. I find it unreasonable that you roll over on your child in the bed and you don't call 911. But I'm 49 years old. I practiced law for close to 25 years. Ms. Harper talked about yesterday how your life experiences are different. And mine are certainly different than Megan's. When this child died, she was 18 years old. Now, you heard about what a great father Tommy Boswell was, and how involved he was. What you didn't hear is Megan had that child because while she was in foster care. That's how involved Tommy Boswell was. She was in foster care when she had the child. I think you'll hear a lot in this trial about how she came up. And I like to tell people, and I do tell people, I've never had a hard day in my life. I've never went hungry. I've never not had a place to live. I've never fought a war, and I've never lost a child. And I can't put myself in the position of someone who has lost a child. But that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Put yourself in Megan Boswell's position. She's 18 years old. She's got an older boyfriend. We expect the proof will be that he tells her, don't involve me with this. I don't want to be involved. They're scared they're going to get charged with something. That's going to be the proof in this case. And my reaction and your reaction would be different. I would certainly call 911, but I'm not 18 years old. And sometimes I think back to myself and I say, I would have called 911 at 18 years old. And I probably would. But I know a lot of people at 18 years old that wouldn't. Their life experience is different. Their maturity is different. If any of you have kids, some of you probably know that. Now, I want to talk to you about about the indictment itself. We entered a not guilty plea to each and every count, but we're persistent in that. But that probably seems disingenuous to some of you all about certain things, and I want to explain why. Counts 7 through 17 charge false report. And to find the false report, they have alleged that she has acted with the intent to obstruct or hinder an officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring. Well, in the case of the death of her daughter, the death had already occurred, which she gave a statement. So it's not to hinder an officer in preventing the offense now, or from continuing to occur. That's the first thing. So you have to determine, is she criminally responsible? Did she lie to the police? She absolutely lied to the police. I'm not contesting that. Some of the stuff she said, again, are an 18-year-old girl scared to death, talking to a TBI agent, talking to a police officer, and trying to explain this. She doesn't want to get in trouble. It doesn't mean she murdered her child. It doesn't mean she killed her child. What it means is that's her perception that she's going to get in trouble for this. And despite all of the assertions to the contrary by the state, this is a trial, and I want to choose my words carefully. This Massagill talks about Evelyn. How to get this right for Evelyn. Get justice for Evelyn. And I want you to hear me out before you judge my statement. There's nothing you all are going to do that's going to change anything for Evelyn. Not a thing. The child is gone. Your job here today, and in the coming days and weeks, is going to decide whether Megan's actions are criminal or whether they're not criminal. I'm not asking you to find her innocent of anything, because that's not your function. Your job is to determine whether the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty that she committed each and every element of the offenses charged. And you're not going to be able to do that. Their theories are absolutely inconsistent. Premeditated murder, oh, well, if we can't prove that, maybe we'll get her by neglect. And I would suggest to you that the investigation into this case, once it focused on Megan Bosewell, it focused on Megan Boswell. You'll see what little investigation there was into Hunter Wood, the boyfriend they talked about. It's like he's out of the picture. It's just Megan did this. But we expect the proof will show you that he was involved with it, that he placed that baby there, that he had access to that property. that he'd been a lifelong friend of Megan's brother, Tommy Boswell Jr., who goes by Mikey. He knew where that stuff was. Now, there are other things about the body and how it was found that will come out in the proof, and I'll bring those to your attention later. But they will show you that baby wasn't placed in that trash bin dead. They will indicate to you that baby was probably moved. Also, I want to touch again on the Smash Bill's talk about Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell just had an epiphany. Well, he had an epiphany after they searched his property over and over, after they had run a cadaver dog by that building where the baby was, it didn't hit on it. Then one day he'll just pick up the phone and say, hey, I just got to thinking, Megan had this playhouse down here. Maybe you should come and search it. Cadaver dog didn't hit. Seems strange that the TBI searches your property and you would say, search all the buildings. Look at the playhouse. Why? Why do you have an epiphany days later? I bet I know where the child is. You'll hear from him. You'll hear him explain it. You can make your determination if you believe it. But ultimately, your task was determining whether Megan killed that child. The child could have died sudden death syndrome. Some upper range of sudden death syndrome, but it's still there. And that child, I think that child's date of birth is the middle of November. So when we say a 13-month-old child, the child was barely 13 months. Could have died from that. It could have died from some of the wrong milk, as I believe. Just negative. And certainly, disposing of that body the way it's disposed of is not excusable. It doesn't excuse anything. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't mean she's right. It doesn't mean that. I want to talk to you about the last count that we pled not guilty to on abuse or failure to report a suspicious death. And as indicted, the state chose to indict that where the death was from violence, trauma, or any suspicious or unusual or unnatural manner. Now, I can't deny she didn't report it. She didn't report it. There's no denying that. But what I would tell you is what that indictment leaves out is a key part of that statute. And had it included that, I would have pled guilty, had her plead guilty to that. And that talks about where the unexpected death of a child is good health or sudden if death syndrome. Had that have been included, she have stood up and said, I'm guilty of that. I did that. But it's not included because the indictment wants to make it that she committed a violent offense against the child. Lying to the police, improper disposal of the body, or whatever part she played in that, doesn't mean she murdered the child. It means she was an 18-year-old girl that panicked. That's what you have to think about when you hear this proof. That's all I've got to say to you. I thank you for your time and attention. I know I'll probably cross-examine you a lot of you fairly hard the other day. And I mean no disrespect by that. I just want you to know the jury selection process. I did that because we have to have jurors that, make sure that you can be a good juror. That's the only reason. I mean, absolutely no disrespect. If I was hard on you, I apologize for that, but I don't apologize for standing up for me.
Thank you, Scott. General, 24 feet.
State would call Agent Brian Farrell.
Raise your right hand, please, forward, please.
State your name.
Brian Frank.
Solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir, I do.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
If you would introduce yourself to the jury, please.
Good morning. My name is Brian Fraley, and I'm a special agent with Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Agent Fraley, how long have you been with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
19 years.
What is your current position or assignment there?
Senior special agent out of the Johnson City office, assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division.
Agent Fraley, were you called upon to assist in the investigation into the disappearance and subsequently the death of Evelyn Bosewell?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And do you remember when that was that you were called out to assist in that?
Yes, sir. It was February 19th of 2020.
Okay. And what was your role when you first got called out?
Myself and other agents were called to assist Special Agent Brian Pritchard. He had been called to Sullivan County to assist Sullivan County Sheriff's Department on an Amber Alert on the 18th of the previous day.
Okay. And so when you were first called out, this investigation was in regards to a missing child. Is that correct?
That's correct. Special Agent Pritchard had been contacted on a missing person case that involved Evelyn Boswell. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is the only state agency that can actually issue Amber Alerts. We were informed that the initial complaint by a family member, being the grandfather of Evelyn, was Tommy Boswell through Department of Children's Services, also known as DCS, who had contacted the referral to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department. Sullivan County Sheriff's Department got that referral, contacted us, and Special Agent Pritchard responded after going through a checklist that is required. Instead of just a regular missing person or missing child case, certain things have to be checked off or validated in order to issue a full-blown Amber Alert.
And Agent Fraley, I know you work for the TBI. Were there other law enforcement agencies that were involved in this investigation?
Yes, sir. Once it went to a full Amber Alert, which is probably our highest priority at TBI, the FBI was called. Obviously, Sullivan County Sheriff's Department investigators were already involved along with Agent Pritchard. But once we were involved, we have a specific team just for Amber Alert cases out of Nashville that also involve other agents and intelligence analysts. The FBI has a specialized team of trained agents called a CART team, and that's a child abduction response team. And these agents are experts in child abduction, Amber Alert type cases. So within hours of the Amber Alert being issued and certified, there was approximately 40 to 50 FBI, TBI, Sullivan County investigators, and intelligence analysts assigned to this case.
So a number of agents across a number of agencies, all out there, essentially, at least initially, looking for a missing child. Is that
Yes,
a fair
sir.
statement?
That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. And so over the first couple of days of your investigation, did you participate in or were you aware of interviews that were done with the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir. Megan Boswell provided statements to a numerous amount of investigators early on, including me.
And would it be a fair statement to say that she gave you multiple different versions about what had happened and where her child might be located?
Yes, sir. Repeated stories that we tracked down that turned out to be lies.
Objection, Your Honor. No, that's speculation.
This is the word lies.
May I continue?
Yes.
Just different statements that she had provided that turned out to be leads that we tracked down over the course of several days and several weeks.
All right. And I guess let me ask you this way, Agent Fraley. Okay, I'm sorry. Were you all ever able to locate Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right. And was that as a result of information? Well, I guess go ahead and tell me how it was that you were able to.
So on March 6th, which this is fast forwarding 17 days since I was brought in with other investigators, 18 days since the initial report on February 18th. We'd been working around the clock. And like I said, there was 40 to 50 of us working, and a phone call was received by Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell had called in. And March 6th, 2020 was a Friday. And we had worked, like I said, 18 days. And we had come to a point in the investigation where we had decided we need a break. We had exhausted a lot of resources, time, and we were at a place where we didn't feel we should go on at that time. We should take a break, and it was a good pause point, if you will. So on the afternoon of March 6th, again, as a Friday, the plan was the investigators to go home, reset physically and mentally. We were exhausted, and try to just get a sense of normalcy, if you will, over the weekend and come back Monday. If anything would have come up, we would have responded. But in late afternoon on the March 6th, on the Friday, Tommy Boswell called in. So we agreed, the four of us, myself, Special Agent Gratz, who's also another TBI agent, investigator Tracy Raz, who is a Sullivan County detective at the time, and investigator Michelle Gillum, who was an investigator at the time. We'd been working together for those weeks. We decided, let me back up. Mr. Boswell reported that he wasn't sure if there was a storage.
Objection is what Mr. Boswell says.
Well, Judge, I'm not offering further.
Sustained.
Agent Fraley, as a result of the call that you got, and let's step back a little bit. Tommy Boswell is the defendant's father. Is that correct?
Yes, Megan's father and Evelyn's grandfather.
All right. As a result of the phone call that you received from Mr. Boswell, what did you all do next?
We went to Mr. Boswell property located on Muddy Creek to conduct a search there.
All right. Is that property located in Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I think it's 539
All right.
Muddy Creek Road.
All right. Agent Fraley, in the course of your investigation while you were out there, did you create a sketch or diagram of the Boswell property?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. If I could, I'm going to hand you a document, ask you if you can identify what's shown.
excuse me, this is a hand-drawn document. It's a sketch of like an aerial view of the property there at Mr. Boswell's at 539 Muddy Creek Road, Bluntville, Tennessee.
All right. And does that diagram accurately show the layout or the placements of various sheds, outbuildings, trailers, roadways there on the property?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right. Judge, we would move to make that exhibit for 6.
Any objections?
No, sir.
Before exhibit 6.
And if we could, I'd like to publish that to the jury.
You can use the emerald thing.
Well, and Judge, Agent Fairley may need to step down. I don't know if he can. I may need him to step down for the witness. I don't know if he can. If I could hand him a laser pointer.
He needs to, that's fine. As long as we can pick him up on.
I can see that.
Can you
from-
see it okay
yes,
from there?
sir.
I didn't know if you would be able to. All right. Are you okay from
Yes, sir. I can see that.
shooting?
And I have it in front of me as well
Okay.
on my screen.
All right. If you would kind of point out, I guess, the major landmarks that are shown there in the diagram.
Yes, sir. So this top house here is Tommy Boswell's, as it was described to us. This resident here was a mobile home that was described as his mother's. This is the shed that we had information on right there. That's like a yard barn or an outbuilding. And then here is notated as what we described and what was described as a playhouse.
I don't know what happened.
Hold on a second.
It's like it lost your speed.
Judge, it's not connecting.
You want to just stick it
I
in?
was going to say, if you'll just hand me the.
You gotta drag it up. That's stay up. Maybe the laptop just came back.
It did. I mean,
There it's something. There you go.
You need me to disconnect the laptop, Judge?
This, I can
You can-
change it.
Okay.
Continue.
Yes, continue, please.
All right. So yes, right here, behind that shed or yard barn, if you will, was a playhouse, and it's noted Playhouse ROE. ROE is an acronym for us for Recovery of Evidence, which was the body of Evelyn Boswell. Up in the right-hand corner is my notes are like a key to this, which indicates the date, our case number, the location, and my signature with the date, notating that I was the one that drew this sketch.
Agent Fraley, you've got the driveway shown through the middle part of that diagram there. Was there any sort of gate or anything that, as far as being able to enter or exit the property?
I recall, I think there was a gate at the bottom from Muddy Creek Road to the driveway.
Okay. Now, Agent Fraley, you identified an outbuilding that was there on the property. You had said that's where you went first.
That's correct.
Okay. And I guess tell us what you found or what you observed when you went to that outbuilding.
What was found there were multiple boxes of belongings of Megan Boswell that contained a variety of items specific to a young child. I recall there were clothing items, diapers, medicines, toys, those kind of things were the most common thing in those boxes.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you three photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
And so the first one is the yard barn or shed that was described and depicted in the sketch. The home there to the right was, our understanding, Tommy's mother. The second, that's the first one. The second one is the same yard barn or shed, except in this one it has a picture of the what we were describing as a playhouse behind it. And then the third and final one is a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I just described.
And those photos accurately show how that shed or outbuilding looked when you arrived there on March the 6th, 2020.
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, we would move to make those the next exhibits, which I think are 7, 8, and 9.
Objection? No, sir. How do you want to display those?
Well, I'll take another
Shot?
shot at trying to use the laptop.
General, which order did you want these pictures marked?
Whatever.
I want them the way you described them. First one, the yard barn with the home. Second one's the yard barn with the playhouse behind it. Third one's the close up to the yard barn behind it.
Let me just say, I had to pause this for a minute. I'm a little frustrated. They didn't go on to talk about the first night that the call came in. What they're doing is talking about the night they found Evelyn, and it's going to look bad when the defense comes up and says, okay, so on night one, you searched the playhouse, because this man just said the first place we searched was the playhouse, and we know that that's not true. So I'm a little baffled by that, TBI. However, the prosecution didn't completely ask about the whole thing, but I think it's going to look bad to the jury when the defense comes back up and says, okay, well, when did you search? Because I believe that's what's going to happen. Crazy. Okay.
May I see those? Make sure. I've got the. All right, Agent Fraley, I've got up on the screen what's been introduced as Exhibit 7. If you would tell the jury what they're looking at.
So this is the yard barn or shed that I was describing. This was the home that was described to us as Tommy Boswell's mother. And then the items there that you can see with the open door inside of the shed or yard barn.
And next is Exhibit 8.
Yes, sir. Again, the yard barn with the door open, showing those items described. And this building here behind the yard barn is what I described and is notated on my sketch as the playhouse where Evelyn's body was recovered.
Next, Exhibit 9.
Yeah, again, that's just a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I described placed inside there.
All right. Did you participate in, or I guess, what did you all do with the items that were that you saw located in that outbuilding there?
Those were obviously photographed and documented as what they were processed.
All right. Did you participate in that process, or were you just?
Yeah, I think primarily the two inside there actually searching, going through the items was Special Agent David Gratz and Investigator Tracy Arras.
Was that the end of your investigation of what you did there on the property?
No, sir, it was not.
Okay. What did you all do next?
So we continued looking and led us to look inside the playhouse. And we searched it.
And what did you find, if anything, upon looking in the playhouse?
There were, once the door was opened, right inside the door, as the opening of the door, was a trash can, like a tall kitchen model, common trash can, and 2 bags of trash beside of it.
Agent Fairley, I'm going to show you a number of photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
Yes, sir. The first one I'm reviewing is a standalone picture of what I described as the playhouse that was by. Okay. The second one is a closer of the playhouse, a closer proximity with the door open. The third picture is the same thing with the door open. Third one is a closer photograph with the door open. It does depict, the third one depicts the trash can with the bags of trash, as does the second one depicting the trash can. The first one, the door was closed. The next one depicting an open door with the trash bags and the trash can. The next one, assorted items that were inside the playhouse, and they appeared at that time. They'd been there longer than the trash can and trash bags. Again, picture from outside the playhouse looking in where the trash bag or the trash can was. And it's a closer picture that depicts a black trash bag in the top portion of the trash can. The next one is a picture of an area inside the playhouse that had this assorted items there that again appeared to be there for some time with dust and cobwebs on them. Next picture is another picture from right at the doorway. Again, the trash can, the trash bags. Again, another picture of the trash can with the trash bag, or the trash bags. There's other items around these. I keep talking about the trash bags and the trash can because they were relevant to us because they looked like they had recently been put there. These other items had dust and cobwebs and looked like they'd been there for years undisturbed. The last photograph I have is, this is my hand in the picture. It's pulling back, it's over the trash can with what appeared to be a leg and a foot of a baby or a baby doll, it appeared at the time, with the fleece blanket and the purple onesie, the clothing that had been described to us by Megan Boswell.
When you made the observation that you made in the last, you described in the last photograph, did you do anything else with the trash can prior to the medical examiner's office?
No, sir. At that time, we didn't. We stopped what we were doing. We'd found we'd found Evelyn, and we made phone calls. We had called the DA's office, advising them that we'd found her. We've called our chain of command, our supervisors, and the medical examiner's office, along with forensic pathology out of Johnson City, and waited till all those personnel arrived.
Okay. Agent Fraley, the photographs that you just described and identified, do they truly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it inside the Playhouse on March the 6th of 2020?
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, we would move to introduce those as fully exhibits at this time.
No objection.
The before exhibits, I'll hand it over. He went so fast, I didn't write it on. Start with 10. I don't know where it is.
Ten through 19, Judge.
Judge, if I could, I'd like to publish those to the jury. All right. Agent Fraley, I'm going to start with Exhibit 10.
Yes,
You
sir.
would describe what the jury's looking at.
That's a playhouse that was located behind the yard barn.
And if we're looking at it that way, the outbuilding would be where?
The outbuilding yard barn shed is, as described, would be to the left out of the picture back this way from the yard barn or from the playhouse.
And the door, as we're looking at it, that door was closed when you arrived.
Yes, sir. That's how we found it.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 11.
Same playhouse with the door open. And if you look inside the door right here, this white trash can is the trash can that I was describing as I was reviewing the photographs.
As you opened the door, was anything disturbed or moved, or, I mean, did anything shift?
No, sir. Nothing fell out onto you. As you can see, there's a front porch there. It was opened, and it is as it's seen. Obviously, trash cans kind of tilted where it is there, and the other items throughout the playhouse.
So the only difference between the prior photograph we looked at and this one is that you all have opened the door so that you could see inside. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 12.
Same, obviously, playhouse, just from a different angle. You can see the trash can there on the left, and those two, you can see the main portion of one bag and partial portion, excuse me, of a second trash bag, two white trash bags there. Obviously, other items, the blue tote, the brown piece of furniture, and other items there.
Now we're looking at Exhibit 13.
Yeah, again, there at the playhouse, just a closer angle or closer photograph right inside the door.
You mentioned earlier that it looked like or appeared to you that some of the items had been there for quite a while, and that some of them did not.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything in that photograph that indicates that to you or that you can see?
Yes, sir. So the trash can and the two bags appeared to me that they had been placed there recently. The other items, like I said, the blue tote, those other things, these right here, that cardboard box, these items back here on the shelf, they just look dated and like they'd been undisturbed for quite some time because, again, they had dust and cobwebs located throughout the playhouse, except for that portion right there, right at the front door.
Now I'll show you Exhibit 14.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at there?
Same thing. That's right inside the playhouse to the right. If you just stuck your head into the playhouse from the doorway, this would be to the right. And again, these items you can see specifically on this bag here. Well, a lot of these things, it's just dust covered, indicating to me that it had been there a while.
Agent Fairley, are we actually, if you're looking at the lower right-hand corner of the photograph, is that the door frame right
This
there?
is the right-hand door frame with the clasp for a lock. So yeah, again, like I said, if you were standing outside, just peering inside, that's kind of the angle or the view that's depicted in this photograph.
All right. Now showing you Exhibit 15.
Yes. The trash can again, this is taken from outside the doorway. This is me here. So the photograph depicts me, and then inside here, and the trash can with the black trash bag unraveled at that point.
Had the trash bag been pulled up out of the trash can, or was that
Just kind of like the top was opened.
All right.
The trash bag remained in the trash can, but the top was opened.
Now showing you Exhibit 16.
Again, looking inside, it was a very small playhouse. I don't recall the dimensions, but maybe 10 by 10, 12 by 12, small floor plan with that. And then those were steps leading up to like a little loft inside that playhouse. Again,
This is
Another-
exhibit 17.
Yes,
Sorry,
sir.
Go ahead.
again, just another photograph of the trash can and the two bags. There's a keyboard there, piece of furniture. Again, the blue tote. Just multiple pictures of kind of like the same thing, same angle, same point of view. Just multiple pictures of that. Again, the trash can again.
This is exhibit 18. for
Yes,
the
sir.
record. Sorry.
Again, the trash can with the black trash bag inside the trash can, blue tote, other items there inside the playhouse.
Agent Fairley, there appears to be something on the inside of the white trash can. Were you able to?
Right
See
there. Right there.
Okay. What is that we're seeing or looking at?
I can't see clearly what that is. I don't know if there's another piece of trash bag. Or,
Okay. And exhibit 19.
Again, after this was that black trash bag portion had been pulled away, this was the next layer down inside the trash can, which contained Evelyn Boswell's body, clothed in a pink fleece onesie with penguins and a gray and white fleece blanket.
All right.
Watching the portion of the body that you see there is her leg.
Okay. Did you in any way disturb or move or do anything with the contents of the trash can?
No, is the glove in the top portion of that is my hand. Pulling that back to confirm and take a photograph. That was the only thing we disturbed,
Okay.
if you will,
All right.
to take the photograph. And then at that point we stopped and then made the appropriate phone calls to the medical examiner, forensic pathologist, our chain of command, and the DA's office.
All right. Thank you. So what happened after you made those phone calls as far as the investigation was concerned?
So after that, like I said, all these people arrive, and our concern is to process the evidence. We did so at the direction of the forensic pathologist. And so what decision was made was on that front porch of that playhouse, which was just right outside the doorway, was to place a body bag there on the front porch. Open, they unzip and they open. So we placed a body bag there, and I brought the trash can out, and we started removing the contents of the trash can onto the body bag that was opened.
All right. And did you participate in that process with folks from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir. It was Laura Parsons, who works with the forensic pathology, and Dr. Matrina Schmidt, who is the forensic pathologist there.
And so you actually helped them and assisted them in removing the body from the trash can?
Yes, sir. Like I said, the body bag was there, and I removed the contents and the body of Evelyn Boswell onto the body bag where we could start processing what was inside the trash can, which additional evidence was in addition to the body of Evelyn.
And was this whole entire process photographed?
Yes, sir, it was.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to hand you some photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
The first one is, as I just described, the body bag that's unzipped and placed on the front porch on top of paper. I think it was butcher paper we rolled out, but the first one is me removing the contents of the trash can, which included Evelyn's body. That's my arm in the top portion of that photograph. The second one continues that bag and the contents, Evelyn's body, being removed onto the body bag. The third one, the bag is out of the trash can at that point, and placed onto the body bag. The same contents, different angle, but it now has a evidence marker number 4 beside that, the trash bag and contents. Your Honor, if I need to slow down, I will. The next picture is the trash bag with me pulling back the trash bag, showing what's inside. That depicts a gray and white fleece blanket, and you can see where my hand is. It's a gloved hand. There's some aluminum foil there, evidence marker number 4. Again, a wide angle of the same thing once the trash bag has been removed. It's my hand there in the picture. It shows the body of Evelyn Bosewell that's underneath these layers of items. That includes aluminum foil and the gray and white fleece blanket. You can also see some portion of the clothing. Evelyn was wearing the pink onesie fleece with the penguins. The next photograph is an opening of the trash bag that Evelyn was inside of, that shows different items in the bottom of that trash bag, eggshells, fluids of human decomposition, and other items. That's my hand in the top, my foot in the top portion of that photograph. The next photograph is again the same trash bag with the contents that I just described, with the body of Evelyn to the right of that. That's going to be her head and upper portion of her body that's wrapped in this aluminum foil. The next photograph is just the body, again in the same state, with the aluminum foil, the blanket, the onesie. However, in this one with some body fluids that have come out onto the body bag, but there are also some pupa, that is insects, basically in between a larvae stage and an adult stage that were inside the bag as well. That's common with human decomposition. Next picture, same description, same things with that evidence marker number 4. Next picture, different angle, same description, the body of Evelyn, the aluminum foil, the purple onesie with penguins clothing, evidence marker with the insects there. The next picture, we start removing the layers at the direction of the forensic pathologist, the doctor. And this next picture is us removing the aluminum foil that was wrapped tightly around the head of Evelyn. And this is shows my hands and Laura Parsons' hands, who works there at the forensic pathologist office. Next picture, same thing. We're continuing to remove the aluminum foil from her head. So this is the first picture that shows the head of Evelyn and her upper torso. And her head is in a backward position, situated abnormally, where the body had been shoved, that we believe down into the bottom of the trash can. Next picture is same picture, body of Evelyn with the aluminum foil removed, showing advanced decomposition, some body fluids there lying on the body bag. The next picture is a same picture, the body of Evelyn wrapped in this this fleece blanket with the purple onesie, just a different angle on the body bag. Next picture, same thing, a different angle. And then the next picture is where, again, is describing how we're processing this, is removing it a layer at a time. So this is a picture depicting the first part of removing the fleece blanket from Evelyn's body. And then the next picture, it's a black and white photograph with the fleece blanket removed and just showing the body of Evelyn, advanced decomposition. Again, the pupa there, which was numerous of the insect activity. And then a color photograph, the last photograph, same picture of Evelyn's body in the pink fleece onesie there on the body bag with human bodily fluids around her head area.
Agent Fraley, the photos that you just described, are they a true and accurate depiction of the process that you all went through
Yes, sir.
that night in removing Evelyn's body from the trash can?
Yes, sir. And the different stages of removing layers.
Judge, we would move to make those full exhibits this time.
Oh, Judge.
This first one, 20.
First one's 20, I don't know what you think. There's going to be more series of those.
Yes. Well,
Count them.
yes. Yes. And Judge, I would ask at this time if we publish those to the jury. I'll start with Exhibit 20. Agent Friendly, if you would describe for the jurors what they're seeing in this photograph.
So this is after we removed the trash can from inside the playhouse. Like I said, this is my arm, and it's the first stage of removing the contents of that trash can that included the body of Evelyn. Next picture
Now
is
looking at 21.
okay. This next picture is again the continuing process where the bag is almost removed from the trash can that contained the same items.
I really don't feel like showing these images on my channel. So we're going to pause it and let them go through it. I'm not doing this. I can't watch it. I never in a million years thought they would actually show these images on YouTube or the news or anywhere. I wish there was a way I could just put the voice on. Let me see. I mean, I can leave my computer unpaused and take it down, and we could just listen from my speaker. I think that's what we're going to do. If it's too echoey, someone, if you want to chat, let me know. Because I'm not watching this. No way in hell. Okay, hold on. I don't want my big head. We'll do that. Leave the mute unmuted. Stop screen. Oh, I don't know if you guys are going to be able to hear it. We'll just wait and skip. I'm in freaking panic mode. No way. That's worse than when they showed Quentin. I'm not doing that on my channel. That's like Ziggy going and looking for the bones. We could take a break and then go back, and I'll fast forward through it after they're done showing them pictures. Let me turn the sound off on it, I guess, and let it play so I can... Okay, wait. Maybe they're not showing the pictures. Sorry.
Foil is that correct?
That's correct. Looking as we're seeing it, the left here, this foil is her head, and down near the item
Okay, we're good.
marker number 4 is her feet.
Once you back it up, down the very top of the top.
Showing you exhibit 26.
Yes, sir. My hand here. Another set of hands, Laura Parsons here. It's looking down into the trash bag that that Evelyn's body was pushed down into, and like I said, there is just assorted trash, eggshells, human decomposition fluids, and then on the right hand portion in the lower section here is that aluminum foil and the blanket with the body of Evelyn right there.
And that's right after you all had removed the body from the trash bag.
Yes, sir.
Now showing you exhibit 27.
Again, a similar depiction of the last photograph, just it's a wider angle that's kind of showing the aluminum foil that's full, kind of formed around her head with the rest of her body there, down to probably about her upper
I'm unmuted.
Agent Fairley, you described the process of, I guess, taking the other items, the trash bags that you recovered from there, removing them from the scene and then taking them to the sheriff's office. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a series, I believe it's 6 photographs, and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
This first photograph is a picture looking over the top of the trash can, looking down in it. And the bottom of that, the most notable item is a Martha White chocolate chip wrapper with other items.
Was that the trash can the body was found in?
Yes, sir, it was. The next one is a photograph of the trash can with Evelyn still in it at this time. This was an earlier photograph taken prior to the removal of Evelyn in the trash can. What's important and noted here is a piece of chewing gum that is attached to the inside wall of the trash can. The next photograph is after I removed the trash can and the trash bags from inside the playhouse and just set them out on the porch of the playhouse prior to going through the pictures we just looked at, processing the removal of the layers leading to the body of Evelyn. Just another picture, trash can. Evelyn still remains in there. You also see the chewing gum on the inside wall of trash can there, and the other bags of trash. This next one is the 2 bags of trash that was removed from the playhouse with the trash can. Another angle of those 2 bags of trash that was removed from the playhouse there on the front porch of the playhouse.
So were there any other items besides those 2 bags of trash and the trash can that were taken out of the playhouse?
Not that I recall. It was all the trash bags and what remaining contents of the trash can.
The 6 photos that you've just described and identified, do they true and accurately depict those items as you found them on
Yes, sir.
March the 6th, 2020?
Yes, sir, they do.
Judge, we would move to introduce those, I believe, exhibits 39 through 44.
Go, Judge. Before exhibits 39.
Not asked to publish those to the jury at this time, Judge. Agent Fairley, we're going to start with exhibit 39.
Yes.
Finally admitted that Evelyn, in fact, was not missing, but was in fact dead.
Yes, sir. On February
Okay.
25th, at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Jonathan Licklider and I
Okay.
interviewed Megan.
Okay. And at that time, she told you all that, in fact, Megan was deceased. Is that
Yes,
right?
she,
Okay.
that among other things as well.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
During that interview, did she describe or give any description of the clothing that Evelyn was wearing?
She did. Described a purple fleece onesie with penguins on it that she was clothed in.
Okay. Did she describe anything else that was with the body or with
She-
Evelyn?
Yes, she had stated she had wrapped her in a dark fleece blanket.
And how did you, I know we've seen pictures, but how did you find Evelyn? What was she wearing and what was she
Those
wrapped in?
exactly what Megan had described to us for the clothing and the blanket.
Thank you, Agent Fraley. If you
Yes,
would
sir.
answer any questions, Mr. Scott or Mr.
Jury's lunch is here, so we're on break. We'll be back about 1:15. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you go with the court officer.
Stand, please.
Be seated. Now, I've also got information that the witness that in question is out in the lobby. Do you want me to bring him in and give him a bond? Otherwise, he'll be in custody of the sheriff. Because the order didn't have a bond set.
I would prefer that. I'd also ask, we instruct him to talk to us before, I guess. Well, okay. I mean, otherwise I'll just ask that he be held without bond.
I don't care what you do with him, but I don't think it's the court's purpose
Okay,
to tell a witness to talk to someone or not.
Okay,
You have
that's
to talk to him.
that's fine. That's fine. I'll tell him.
You want it brought
I
in.
can tell him if he doesn't come back, and I don't come back, that he'll be held.
Yeah, that's fine. No.
Yeah, bring him in.
You want me to step down, Your Honor,
Yeah.
to provide this for him?
Don't discuss the
Yes, sir.
You can't discuss this with any other witness or allow them to discuss their report. What's his name? I don't have to work that.
Austin Beller.
Last name?
Beller, F-E.
Feller, F-E-L-L-E-R.
Mr. Miller,
Yes, sir.
you were served with a subpoena out of court Monday, and you didn't come, which is why we're here today with you in custody. I'm going to set $500 secure bond. You can make that through a bond company. You are a material witness in this case. What happens if you don't come back to court after you make that bond? And you are now instructed by this court that you will appear at this court no later than 9 a.m. every day except Sunday. And that includes Saturday. Until you are either called as a witness or released as a witness. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you fail to do that, and we have to come find you again, you'll be held in custody of the sheriff with no bond until the case is over. And that could take us about 4 days. That would be no very long.
Yes, Your Honor.
You need to be here back at 1:15 if you make that bond.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, if you don't mind, now, if you don't mind, just sort of save the whole testimony. All right, we'll be back at 1:15.
Court stands in recess. Judge, I wanted something with a bond on it.
Did you guys remove your mic from your table? Is it still on?
I got sent that off because I thought we were cutting our mic off.
Well, you can
told
do
Judge
it.
Kevin.
I thought I was cutting our mic.
Jim,
Okay, so takeaways from the second half. I only wrote a couple down. The defense opening statements talking about Hunter ruling on baby Evelyn. First off, baby Evelyn shouldn't be in bed with Hunter, in my opinion. So, yeah, no, I just don't believe that. And if that's what they're going with, they're losing. We're going to get justice for Evelyn. I'm going to wait to go over witness testimony. I don't like that they showed the pictures. Sorry, guys. I hope you were able to hear it. I moved my speaker closer so that when they show images, you guys can hear it. And I'll just put Evelyn's real picture on her, what she looked like before this monster did whatever the fuck she did to her. Okay. Moving on, we have an hour and 15 minutes. I'm going to go over some Ziggy. This was yesterday, very early morning. I thought it was extremely distasteful, being it was Summer's birthday. She starts to bring Andy back up again. I'm not saying Andy wasn't on the road. Jody has stated that Andy's bosses would 100% lie for him, but we hear he's been on camera all day, and we also hear Pruitt in a phone call with Andy state that Fred's a liar. My main suspect in Summer's case is now and will always be Fred, and now his sister Karen, and so many others because of connections that I've made from here to Florida to there, including Ziggy. I'm not going to go on about the drama. I'm going to talk about things they talk about. And when yesterday was discouraging, I was hoping we would get a little more from the TBI, and I'm going to come live after Evelyn's trial tonight and talk more about Summer's case, facts in Summer's case. I want to watch some old news clips and things like that because yesterday was her birthday. I don't want it to be in drama. But however, since we have an hour and 15 minutes and there's break during court sessions, we can go over a little bit of Ziggy. So let's do the thing. Okay.
Happy Tuesday. Happy birthday to Summer Wells. Today is her 9th birthday. Maybe there will be some kind of milestone or something happened on this milestone. I don't know. I was just telling Fred a lot of times, I've noticed in cases that I've watched that sometimes detectives will, it seems like they'll make significant like arrests or updates on milestones. Sometimes it seems like so. I don't know. Maybe today will be the day. Today.
Ziggy, we've all been sitting here waiting and hoping for years now. How many milestones have passed? I would like to think that would be true too.
Today is just as possible as any day. So Summer Wells she turned 9 today, missing from Rogersville, Tennessee on June 21st, 2021 from Ben Hill Road. And I met my husband, my love, from, going down there and talking to locals and stuff. And what I find interesting, to those who don't know, like,
I truly think you're lying about that. That's my opinion. I'm going to stick with it. I do not believe that's how you met Fred. I believe you're protecting Fred because you know something. I'm not going to go into all the accusations. It ain't about that. Yesterday was Summer's birthday. It's about Summer. And I think you're disgusting for all the lies and protection that you give this man, who, in my opinion, is involved with his sister Karen and many others. I still want to hear Fred talk about the lingerie that fell out of the ceiling in their bathroom and muddy clothes and why he's accusing his sister of trafficking. Because in my opinion, Ziggy, that makes me believe that he knew about it, which means he was helping and aiding in it, in my opinion. I'm speculating. You also hear his sister talk about Layla Santinello. That's scary. Why would she bring that up all of a sudden in Summer's case? It's gross, and it tells me that there's more to this, in my opinion.
this story, but I just do not freaking understand how they have a person on surveillance who claims they were not on freaking the road for the last several years. And I just do not understand why nothing is being done about that. It doesn't make any sense. It does not make sense. And it really, really upsets me.
That is by your mouth, not by TBI's or anybody else. That is not a fact. So it does make sense because it's made up, Ziggy, in my opinion.
Me bad, because it's just ridiculous. Like, I want an explanation. Why? They have not questioned Andy Bernard when he's on the road and they have him on camera and he's all over YouTube saying he wasn't. It's just so freaking upsetting.
And then why don't you question why they're questioning your husband and not Andy Bernard, Ziggy? Wouldn't that be a bigger question? Why are they going after Fred and not Andy? I'm so sick of your shit. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to do something here. I want to go back to
The only thing that I know about that is about 5 days after Summer went missing, I had went with Julie to get Mom and Dad's groceries, to get Mom's oxygen tank filled, and we had went to pick her prescriptions up and took them down to Dad's place at 165. And Mom asked me and Julie both to ride up to 207 where Fred was staying in her camper and to pick up her mail and to check on Fred. Well, we did, and Fred came out into the driveway, and we were asking him how if he was okay. So we were just up there to pick up Mom's mail, and he was talking about how he felt he was being set up. He said something about he found some little girl's clothes in a washing machine on the property, and that somebody had put a backpack at the top of the driveway that had meth making materials in them. That's all he said. And we asked him, well, did you tell TBI? And the best I can remember, I believe he said yeah. So that's all I know about that. But I wasn't by myself. That was me and Julie standing there listening to him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know what all they did on the hill. I know after Fred went to jail, they, I had, when I was packing some stuff up, I found a few things, and I called the sheriff's office to have them come out and look at it, and they kind of giggled like they already knew something. And mind you, when Ziggy came down in January of 23, she was on that property. But what I found tied up and hid away was a lingerie top and some stockings. And, it concerned me because that was just, that was around the same time that
somewhere in this, she says that the clothes are a size small. I'm sorry, but Ziggy's wearing at least a 2 fucking X and she wears fucking pajamas. So in my opinion, this is a fucking lie. Okay? Them clothes did not belong to Ziggy. Who did they belong to? Although she might be a whore and have some shit like that. But nah.
Layla had been missing. And I knew Fred was in jail, and I thought, oh my gosh, what if somebody has stashed something here? I mean, you don't know what to think. So I called Low, and I recorded it, and they came out and looked at it, and I said, oh, that's just where Fred was having a little side action, and he just didn't want Laura to know about it. So, considering I know it wasn't Laura's clothes, I don't know whose it was, but I do know Ziggy was on that property. Mom was in the hospital at the time, and how I know Ziggy was there is because when the ambulance was called for Mom, Julie actually convinced Laura to ride to the hospital with her and help her with Mom. But when Laura got to the hospital, she stayed down in the lobby. She was there for just a few minutes, and she said, oh, I got a ride, I'm going. Guess who picked her up from the hospital? And Laura would be staying to help with Mom. Ziggy picked her up.
What?
Yes, Ziggy picked her up.
So Ziggy's close enough to Fred that they don't call Julie or Karen to go pick the mom up from the hospital. Instead, they call Ziggy. I want you guys to think really hard about why these 2 siblings, possibly a third one, would be lying. And the third one doesn't even come out and speak. And now it's stating their daughter. Then you're also going to hear, I'm going to go put Ziggy back on now. You're also going to hear Ziggy talk about the blue van. Karen was in my chat. She done already said that the blue van belonged to her sister, Julie. She said her sister and her niece were there that day. Then she changed it and said that the niece wasn't there. It was just the sister. Go through my lives and chats. We already know who the blue van belongs to, Fred. Quit your fucking bullshit. You didn't see a blue van with a half and half girl in it because the only blue van there with a half and half girl in it was your sister and your niece. It's all in my chats. You even spoke on it. Stop changing your stories.
it just doesn't make sense to me. Has Jody Sue been live? I guess she's been like. So yeah, my husband saw a man on the road, on Pin Hill Road, the road that Summer Wells went missing from on June 15, 2021, who was vehemently denying he was on the road when we know he was on the road. And so does police. So why the fuck aren't they doing anything? Like I said, last talk I've had with law enforcement, well, pretty much my only talk so far with them, like in person or on the phone, about that situation, which I do have recorded and I will release like someday, I'm sure. But I was trying to give them time to do what they needed to do. So their concern, and I keep telling this to people, well, from my understanding is they really need to know who that blue truck was that was following Andy out of the holler. So if you guys could.
Ziggy, on Summer's Amber Alert, it says a red truck. You do not have that recorded. You're pushing it out as if it's fact. I don't see no proof to that. Please quit throwing other people and other vehicles into Summer's case and follow what the TBI has stated on their website, on their Twitter, now known as X, on their Facebook, on their YouTube, on their Summer Wells page. Please stop throwing new vehicles into it and causing confusion. If there is a blue GMC, they will come out and tell us to look for a blue GMC. The only truck they are concerned about is a Toyota with paint buckets in the back, ladder racks, and the color of red or maroon from the early 1990s. That is the only vehicle we should be following because that is the only vehicle placed on Summer's Amber Alert. Please quit spewing your fucking garbage. However, let's continue.
Figure that out, that'd be amazing. Or anybody. I don't know if there's rumors that Andy's son was hanging with Shirley Jr. that day. Do they have a dark blue truck? Like with dark tinted windows, guys.
Ziggy, can you show proof of them rumors? I've never heard them. Where did you see them? Can you show us a screenshot? Can you play us a voice clip? Where did you hear that? Was it from a local? Was it from a YouTuber? Or is it made up in your fucking head just like the rest of everything you and Fred say? Thief.
So, and I pretty much, once you guys would hear this call, you would see how I just didn't know if at the time it was the best thing to do, releasing it, so I didn't. And he confirms that Andy was on the road. He said earlier that day, but who is this dark blue?
Hold Ziggy to it. She says she has a call recorded that she doesn't want to release while she's out here spewing bullshit and causing confusion, when the first thing she should do is release that call so that there is no bullshit and confusion and we can hear it for ourselves and determine if that's what they said or if it's believable. There's no reason to hold that secret if you're going to come out here and talk about it. None whatsoever.
Truck. Okay. So that's all he said. He's like, yeah, Andy was on the road earlier that day, which whatever that means. The dark blue truck.
That means that Andy woke up for work, got in his vehicle, and drove down the road earlier that day. That's exactly what that means. That means he lived on Ben Hill, he got in his truck, and he drove down the road to go to work.
So We need to find that. It's a GMC Canyon, dark blue. Could be, it's like almost black dark blue, and dark tinted windows, like the side windows.
This makes me feel like Fred knows something that the TBI doesn't and that we don't. It makes me feel like he's been covering for somebody this whole time. If anybody from Beach Creek wants to comment who has that type of truck, I'd appreciate it. Right. That's what I'm saying. Peanut, exactly. I agree with that. And I'm not out here sticking up for Andy Bernard. I'm not saying Andy Bernard don't know nothing, because I think a whole lot of fucking people in that area know something. I don't want to go with the accusations today. However, George Andrew Bernard lives on that road. Jody Sue's ex, Fred's neighbor and cousin, lives on that road. Of course, he would get in his car and leave and be on the road earlier that day. But what Ziggy's doing is pushing it to you as if he was on the road that day. They know he was there. Of course, Ziggy. He lives there, you fucking idiot. Fred was on the road that day too. Fred was on the road, provable, at the times that Summer went missing. Fred states that cadaver dogs hit behind his truck, Ziggy. That's never been confirmed by the TBI either. I don't believe there's any truth to anything you and Fred have ever said. I believe you make up stories as you go and you try to change them, as we're going to see the Playboy thing come up. Because you know what your first story was about Playboy? I do. And I'm going to pull the clip. The first story was Fred went to court while he was in jail, and there was a dark-skinned guy there. Fred didn't know what race he was. He went by the name Playboy, and he overheard the man in court tell the judge that he had information on Summer Wills. You're going to go on in this live and state that this man stayed with Fred at the rehab center. Then one of your subs is going to come up and tell you about another man who's part of the Vice Lords that was arrested in Hawkins County, which, yeah, I think that should be looked into too. However, he was in jail at the time of all of this. The Thomas Washington guy. And I'm going to go pull all them clips and I'm going to show you that you're on here lying, pushing narratives to your audience. The shit's done. I'm calling every little piece of your shit out. Every time I see you lie, I'm calling it out, you fucking thief. Do you understand that? Let's go on to listen to Ziggy change narratives and stories and push it.
Those are darker than the front window, but the front window is really, really, really tinted too. And they did not get a good view of license plate, obviously. From the side. And you gotta understand, these trail cameras, they go by movement, right? So they only clip when movement, or how's that work? Or is it filming 24/7?
No, it is by motion sensors.
Yeah, see, so that could be an issue.
Video, most people say.
It's too bad. There's a lot of stuff to talk. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on in the community, but you know, since it's Summerwell's birthday, kind of, I don't want to get into a bunch of drama. You know what I mean? And a bunch of hate, but there is definitely a lot of stuff going on in the community from what I hear, and I'm still like getting caught up.
That's the shit Jody Sue does that pisses me off. In the community, there's something going on in the community. We know yesterday was quiet on YouTube for the most part about Summer, and I appreciate that. Awakened had a very beautiful service. If you hadn't seen it, I posted it on my community wall. So the only community she could be talking about is Beach Creek. And if that's the case and it's secret, then don't mention it. Why do you people do that? Why? You cause people to be intrigued. Like, what's going on? Ziggy, I really don't give one fuck unless it's you and Fred being arrested.
Make something for Jody Sue and send it to her care Fred. Yeah, she'll say it's harassment. Where's she been anyways? Like,
look who's in her chat. Hey,
you know,
Scott.
I don't know what's been going on with her. We're kind of a little bit worried. I don't know. I hope she hasn't done anything stupid. Has she been around? So, yeah, I guess she was supposed to have a stream yesterday and then didn't show up for it. And it's still there, or at least it was.
Not the first time.
I think everybody's going crazy, guys. There's a lot of stuff going on in the community. I don't even know if I want to even freaking look into it, because I don't know if I want to get involved with that freaking nightmare. The less I know, probably the better, right?
You know everything, in my opinion.
Seriously, I don't. So, I guess let's go ahead and see what you guys at the Rogersville Review put out an article. It says investigators committed to finding Summer as her 9th birthday arrives. This was yesterday. Okay.
So instead of coming out and starting your live with drama on Summer's birthday, why didn't you just come out and read this? Show facts, news clips. No, you had to come out here and try to edge people on to respond to you so that you can get your commercials playing, because the money train has done dried out. People quit sending you shit for the most part. Unless you have a website you're selling your ugly shit on, where people are sending you more than what the shit costs and you're still laundering shit. Ziggy, nobody's dumb. What you should have did was come on and read this and showed Summer some respect. It was her birthday. You're such a fucking pig.
As Summerwell's 9th birthday arrives, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and Hawkins County Sheriff's Office both released statements that the investigation remains ongoing. Summer was 5 years old when she disappeared on June 15, 2021. TBI spokesperson Leslie Earhart said there are no updates to offer, but the case remains open and continues to be investigated. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children provides age progression photos, which are typically updated every 2 years. Earhart asked the public to continue to share age progress photos this summer, which was released in June of 2023.
We'll talk about that later tonight. That's the kind of stuff I want to go over because I'm confused. I believe the last time, and I'll have to go back and look at dates, but the age progression photo came before her birthday. It might just be because she doesn't go missing until June. Yeah, I bet you we get it by June. I don't know what my head's thinking. We'll get an age progression photo by June, in my opinion.
Sheriff Ronnie Lawson said his detectives continue to follow leads as they come in. Lawson asked anyone with new information to call his office at 423-272-4848 or call 1-800-TBI-FINE. So right there shows that, like, I guess Hawkins is still involved. And obviously we know that because when I emailed TBI, I got a call back from Hawkins County. So I thought that was interesting. Just so, I don't know if you guys know that, but when I turned in that and let them know, like, hey, I don't know if you guys know or not, because I don't understand why nobody's questioning them, but you do realize that 2 of your detectives, like worked with Fred Hill and had him record, right? And you know that he saw Andy on the road. So I'm like, do I need to?
You said you recorded the call, that you didn't want to play it. I want you to play it because I want to hear you say that to them. Your detectives worked with Fred Hill. No, your detectives came in and gave him a couple lie detector tests, drove him around with a special agent. No other neighbor has stated that. Do you understand that, Ziggy? He didn't work with them. He was being treated as a suspect. Quit pushing at the people that he was working with them. He doesn't have a badge. Quit lying.
Remind these people or what? Like maybe there's miscommunication between the two departments. Fred hasn't talked to those investigators since the beginning of the case, right?
Well,
I
talked to them while I was in jail.
The same ones?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Maybe that's who we need to be like talking to or something. Since you already have a rapport with them anyways, and they know you. But anyways, I just emailed them and said, Fred had seen Andy on the road and blah, 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 and this blue truck, you guys have him on camera. I don't understand why nothing's happening, blah, blah, blah. I get a call back from Hawkins County when I emailed TBI. So, which I guess right here, it shows you that we're both on it. Wow, that's really hard for you guys to see. I'm sorry. Holy crap, that's really hard for you guys to see. So Summer was reported missing from her home in the Beach Creek community in June 2021. Her disappearance resulted in a massive 13-day search involving more than 1,100 searchers, not including police, and covering 4.6 square miles of rugged mountainous terrain surrounding her home. This was followed by months of intense investigation by the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, TBI, and FBI. Police and rescuers again descended on the property during the last week of November 2021 and covered approximately 350 acres. A dive team with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office also assisted in searching a nearby pond. Searchers returned to Beach Creek in late February 2022 for another search of the area. Neither the searches nor the investigation has resulted in information leading to either Summer's recovery or what happened to her. I don't know how. What about this shallow grave? What about the surveillance of people on the road? I just don't understand. Did they not see? Were they not aware of how Andy was on here saying he was not on the road, even though they know he was on the road? Why didn't they? I don't understand. You would think red flags galore.
There's lots of stuff in this case. Don't make me feel like
yeah.
Many varieties of things,
Oh, somebody is missing a pup in the neighborhood. I'm just going to look at the picture. I think that's pretty close. Have you seen this dog? Be on the lookout below. That's around here, I think. Yeah.
I've seen a big dog come down the sidewalk. What was it yesterday? You remember me telling you?
Yeah.
There's a big dog.
So it says last June, on the 3rd anniversary of Summer's disappearance, TBI criminal investigation.
So what they just did was sneak in there that they're still being harassed and people were taking pictures, and you'll hear them talk about it again. Fred, if that's the case, it's the cops. And I hope they're getting ready to throw handcuffs on you.
Division Assistant Director Josh Milton spoke about the investigation in depth. You can watch the video in its entirety in the online version of this article at www.rogersvillereview.com. Milton said then that the TBI hadn't determined whether Summer was abducted or walked away from her home and became lost, a position which hasn't changed. That is insane that they think she freaking really got lost. I just don't understand that. It doesn't make... Anyways, it's really important to us to not focus all our efforts on just one of the two. Mountain said, we continue to focus on the ground search efforts. We continue to focus on interviews of those who may have information about vehicles that have traveled to the area or technology that could have been used to make an investigative lead. Melton's added, we've continued to have tips and leads that have come in. The agents have been able to follow up on continuously, and the agents have worked tirelessly when tips and leads weren't coming in to try to find ways to investigate when typically people would lay down their effort. We have thrown everything that we know to throw at this case, and we haven't had the answers that we need yet. No, they haven't. They have absolutely not. How? You haven't even, according to Auntie Bernard, you guys have not questioned him since the freaking beginning. Nor got his phone. What?
Ding, ding, ding. Ziggy. How many times have they questioned Fred? Again, that tells you who is the suspect, correct? Quit pushing it that TBI ain't doing their job. However, the Evelyn shit, oh yeah, I got something to comment on that. We'll do that after trial. I am pissed off TBI got up on that stand and lied and didn't talk about the whole search. And they acted like that playhouse was the first place they went. However, the trial ain't over. There's more witnesses, so I don't want to comment too much on it yet. Yeah, they're making a case against Fred. They're still doing it, Peanut. Yep, Ziggly. That's a good name for her. Hey, Ziggly. Yeah, the handler. Exactly. She ain't too good at it. I hope they all go to prison.
Our commitment to the public is that we're not going to allow this case to sit on a shelf. Melton said we are committed to bringing Summer home, and we're going to keep working on this case until she is home. I just don't understand, guys. So, no new information. Let's just hope that's some kind of freaking tactic that they're doing to not alarm anybody. I don't know if 3 years, 4 years.
They know what they're saying. I'm sure.
I hope. I just don't it just doesn't make sense to me. But I do know, and the only one thing I can tell you for an absolute fact, guys, 100%, is they need to know that blue truck. I'm telling you, it's so important. And they are focused on that because that is all they cared about in that call. So it's almost like they're trying to get everybody, all their ducks in a row, and get them all at once or something. I don't know. I don't understand it.
I didn't see her live earlier. I've been on here all morning. I woke up. I was all shit-faced when I got up. My eyes swollen. Oh, God. I wanted to put makeup and shit on today, but I woke up. I fell asleep in here listening to some drug stuff last night. I laid down on the floor. My husband went in the bedroom. I don't know. I do that sometimes. And I was just listening, and I woke up this morning like, oh, it's daylight. Oh, Evelyn's case. And I jumped up and put it on, and then... I really didn't want to go over summer stuff, but I didn't have nothing else really to talk about in between lunch. And I found Summer through Evelyn, so I want to make sure I at least show Evelyn's trial and show her get some justice. Extremely full of shit. Okay.
Because my phone call was just like,
I'm going to step away for a minute and refill my coffee. I still haven't taken my meds. I'm waiting because it makes me run to the bathroom. So I was going to do that in between my lives today. But I need to go wake my husband, I think, and do a few things so you guys can listen. I'll be right back to pause. You can hear my speakers loud as fuck. So I'll run in if I need to come back quickly. But go ahead and just listen. I addressed a lot of it already.
with Hawkins County. And when was that? That was end of December.
I think so.
And you could tell they were frustrated and thought I was getting on to them, but I just don't understand. you know, and I get it that they can't tell me anything, but they kept going back to this blue truck. Like, yeah, we know Andy was on the road, but who's this blue truck? I don't understand that. Can you guys explain that to me? I don't understand. There's been more than just myself that's heard this call. And Fred, more than just me and Fred. And I just don't get it. It was very dark blue. No, I haven't, Mike Damon. I don't think so.
Yeah, it's almost black. It's so dark.
Yeah, almost black. It was so dark. And the windows were very, very dark. So dark that you could only make out. There was, and you guys don't understand, Fred's, it's crazy how I noticed that in my everyday life with him, how observant he is. And he notices things that, and I think it has to do with.
You can see two images in it, but you got to tell men around.
Yeah, and I think it has to do with the fact that Fred is, people don't understand, he's like very deaf. It's very deaf. I wouldn't be surprised if we were going to have to learn sign language. That's how bad his freaking hearing is. So I think from that, and that's been since he was a kid that his hearing was damaged. I think because of that, it intensified his other senses, and that's made him incredibly observant. It was a GMC single cab, right? Short bed.
From a 2005 to 2007 GMC Canyon. It was dark blue with dark tinted windows. It's a single cab.
Yeah. Does anybody? I mean, we're wondering. It really makes us wonder about. We just heard like somebody was hanging out with Sherfy Jr. that day, and I don't know if that's true, but that's rumored. I mean, I'm really curious if Sherfy Jr. had a truck like that, or I don't know. But see, Fred had never seen that truck before, so
No, I've never seen it before.
so like it probably wasn't from around there, probably. And I would think if it was Sherfy's or something, you would have saw it before, probably.
You would have saw it.
But also, I mean, you hadn't seen, that was the very first time you had seen Andy Bernard's father in like 20 years on Ben Hill Road, the day that Summer Wells went missing.
I mean, he was the first one to come up to me when I pulled up to Ben Hill Road when they had a road trip down when I come back from town.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess it's possible to see a truck like that maybe doesn't ever come back in the hauler. You know what I mean? And the truck's not being seen since? No.
I had never seen that truck before in the hauler.
Never seen it before, never seen it again. They have it on camera. They have pictures of it. I mean, they literally showed Fred still shots of it. Andy Bernard and the blue truck in one single snapshot.
It was on my camera.
Again, look, I wasted a whole fucking cigarette. I didn't get my husband up yet. Bullshit. Andy's father, mother, and uncle were there the day prior. The mother showed up. This is Fred trying to mix the 14th with the 15th and cause lies. In my opinion. It's bullshit. Like all this shit you don't hear for all these years, and all of a sudden they're coming out and the stories are changing and there's more people there, and no. Fred, I still want you to grab a link and have a conversation with me, not with Ziggy, without her interrupting or speaking for you. Go on Ziggy's panel with your face. Talk for yourself, because what's happening here is Ziggy speaking for you, and then you add to it. And then she creates a narrative to her audience. I'm sick of it, and so are a lot of others. It's not a joke. You're not a YouTube star. You're not getting a movie deal, a book deal, none of it. You're going to prison, in my opinion. Damn it. Hold on.
I just hope to God that they're not like too egotistical to freaking look into, I don't know. It makes you wonder, like, I don't know what to freaking think.
But that overbay, though, I mean, just like they talk about that Tacoma truck, you know, that video that JLR done of that overbay, he was one that was driving one a week after summer went missing, but it's a maroon single cab with a black ladder rack on it. And see, there's the one that owns that cabin up on Simpson Lane, that unfinished cabin.
Yeah.
Before you get to the two trailers.
Yeah, that's overbays.
Mm-hmm.
And he's supposedly, one of the overbays is supposedly, involved with the vice lords.
Yeah.
High-ranking vice lords, allegedly. Fred laughed when I said that about there being a high-ranking.
Know that he was. I mean, that's
yeah. Like he did.
3.5 years. Now the neighbor over Bay is in the vice lords. Fred, why didn't you tell us that on your jailhouse calls or in your first interview with Ziggy or your second? Why didn't Laura say it? Your stories are ever changing. It's like the everlasting gobstopper. Stop it.
I had seen
he laughed. He's like, "There's no high-ranking vice lord on Bosewell Road." And I showed him that, and it's like, "Oh, he's like, I might have seen that guy, back in the day, because I think that he bought a trailer off you when you were really young."
In '99 is when the old base bought that property over there, and I had a single wide trailer. It was an office trailer. It was like a 10 by 30, and he wanted to buy it. I sold it to him for $1,000, and that was in '99. And it's still over there. He's sitting in front of that cabin that is unfinished.
Does Fred know what Tony Hammonds drove? That's another really interesting question.
I don't even know what Tony looked like. I just seen him on YouTube where somebody posted a picture of him. I never know.
But he was like, I think, a person of interest, wasn't he? Like they questioned him because he was in the area.
I know who told the two guy that Hammonds was in the area.
Fred just showed me a picture of the girl that, which I'm not gonna put on here, obviously. I just saw her for the first time, the one that Don Wells tried to pick up and claim, "Oh, I'm here saving you." No.
Again, I'm gonna call lie. She's gonna go on to talk about the little girl, which I find funny too. That Dawn stopped. But again, you have a missing kid. You see a 5-year-old walking down the street. Was it innocent? Maybe. Maybe did he think it was Summer? I doubt it because she has long brown hair. I've seen her. Her mother's been all over Facebook. She's even been on YouTube a time or two in the chat rooms, I believe. The story's been told. Dawn drove past the house and has videos of it. He spoke about it. But they're going to go and throw another child into this. They're going to bring this other child up who really has nothing to do with it unless LE and TBI says they do. Just like they did David Britt's child. Just like Prayer Garden did Allie's children. I'm guilty a little bit of Jody Sue's children, but I feel the situation's different because Jody brought them here. Allie brought hers here too, but hers are much younger than Jody's. But Ziggy will just throw random children into it on YouTube and make people go research these people and harass them. Nobody sees a problem with that. She's willing to harm anybody to protect Fred, who is a known suspect, named by the parents, named by other neighbors, even named by the police in the phone call with Andy, when he said, "I wouldn't put any faith in anything Fred says." We have lie detector tests. Fred driving around with a special tactics team. Anybody who believes this bullshit, man, get your head examined. I promise you need to. I didn't know anything about that. Right. They don't want it solved. So they got to cause distraction and point people. Ziggy's a lot of reason a lot of people got harassed and confusion. And then even like, for me, I feel like I need hand sanitizer. Hold on, I'm looking for it. I can't find it. Here it is. Even for me, okay, you listen to Ziggy, she's in touch with a neighbor. You want to hear all the information you can, and you hope that these neighbors come out and they're truthful. So then you cover the cases and you start looking up the people that they state and that they talk, and it's a mistake. Don't do that because LE didn't do it. LE didn't come out here and give you names, and it turns into harassment. And it points people to everybody in the area. Now, I'm saying if there's something fishy like Frank Light, yeah, he needed to be looked into. Sharfie Jr., yeah, he needed to be looked into. The skeleton guy, yeah. Tony Hammonds, yeah. But you'll hear Fred here go, oh, I don't know him. I bet you that's his best fucking friend. Even Candace's cousin, Chris Morikos, needs to be looked into because he's on a list and they have a missing cousin. But you don't just go, I can't make excuses. The Dykes people, I looked into, and I'm going to tell you why I looked into them. Jeremy Pill's on here, and he's related to them. And he's also doing the same thing. Causing confusion, bringing in extra trucks, things that TBI didn't say. They have a truck company. It's the things like that that I'm going to look into. You're not going to find me looking into David Bays because David Bays just lives there. Now, the horse running around because of David Bays, yeah. There are things like you have to come out and talk about what it is you're saying. You don't just come out and accuse people. You'll also hear her in this live talk about Kelly and Bill Shipley. I don't know why, because they don't fucking, unless they know you, Ziggy. Like, that's another thing, too. You and Prayer Garden have a knack of getting a hold of people, and now Sinister, too, because she got information from Laura that don't nobody else have, that nobody wants to show. Laura says this, Laura says that. Like, the shit don't make sense, yo. None of it. None of it. People are sick of it, Ziggy, and you can see it now. It's blatant. The lies are blatant. You can't cover them no more. Do you understand that? You've lied so much that even your cover-ups sound like something a kindergarten kid would go to school and tell a kindergarten teacher. It's all fucking made up in your heads. It's truly causing emotional distress for people that actually do care about finding the truth. And I'm sick of it.
You talk to that girl's grandfather, and he has a very different story to say about Don Wells and that incident. So, and what's interesting also about that is that little girl is related to Cotton Simpson. So I don't know, guys, like, what the hell is freaking happening? But Don tried to claim that he was saving, and he was on the phone with Prayer Garden during that incident, actually, if you'd like to know. Weird.
And both of them admitted being on the phone with each other. It's on them.
Let me quickly explain my friend Chester I've been sharing, which I took down because I do sometimes feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. Fred went to jail in October of 2011. I have a friend who would know people in Beach Creek, in my opinion, or in Virginia, based on the people that live there and my family relations to there. His name was Chester Stone. I don't know what Chester was up to. I lost contact with him other than just phone calls for years because I moved out of the town I'm from. And he had called me, oh God, from Virginia and I believe either Ohio or Kentucky, but he told me he was traveling through and he was with some girl. That the girl was fucking crazy and that she poisoned him over time and they were staying with another dude and his girlfriend. And that he had cyanide in his system and that it was making him very, very sick and that he seen them doing it, so he left. He comes home. After calling me from all these states and on his travels. And he goes to a bar one night. He calls me and he's talking in code. And he's telling me pretty much that he needs a ride. He was asking me to say some weird shit to the bartender. I can't exactly remember what it was. But it sounded like he needed help, but he was laughing and it was fucking strange as fuck. Okay? So then, or no, prior to that, he calls me from McKeesport Hospital here in Pennsylvania before he went to the bar. He calls me from the hospital for like a week. Dude's in the hospital, 10 days, maybe even 11 days. And he's like, yeah, they won't test me. I was poisoned. I'm telling you I'm poisoned. They're telling me this. And he's giving me all the symptoms. And I'm looking them up as we're talking. And they are cyanide. Like, dude had me fucking convinced that that's what happened to him when he was in Virginia. Okay? So he was home for a couple of weeks, like a month maybe, prior to him getting sick, going into the hospital. He leaves the hospital. About 2 days later, he calls me from this bar with the weird phone call. And then the next morning, he's dead. They said he overdosed. He used. Do I believe he overdosed? Yeah, but Chester was a big dude and he used for a long time. And I believe him when he said he was poisoned, and I think that might have exacerbated something. It even caused me, after he passed away, I believed him so much. It even caused me to call the police station where they found him and say, hey, look, autopsy him, because I feel like you're going to find more than whatever you think drug he took that overdosed him. I want him autopsied. I reached out to his family. Everybody's like, you're crazy. His brother blocked me. Now I'm finding out, like, it was like the Gate City area where Fred's from that Chester went. And I want to know, Fred gets arrested a month after Chester's home. Dude, or a month before. It's very possible that my friend stayed with Fred or stayed with somebody Fred knows. And I want to know the truth. He won't answer to it. And that makes me even more concerned that what I'm thinking is truth. And I swear to God, Fred, I swear to God, I want you to know that that dude was like my big brother. He was a protector for me my whole life. He used to come to my house in the mornings. We'd listen to Sublime and smoke 2 joints every morning. I swear to God. I swear to God. If I find out he was anywhere near you, it does make it sus. Okay, Peanut. We're going to explain this again because people said I didn't explain it right the first time. What I've done is I have connected Ziggy to Miami, a block away from my father. I do not have proof, but on the corner she lived down the street and my father, sort of like at the end of the block. My ex-stepmother has a sister. Her sister thinks she's psychic and has a shop there. Okay? My father lived just around the corner, a block away from Ziggy. All right. Part one. That's where Ziggy may possibly know my family from. Let's move on to Fred. Fred and I share cousins. I have cousins whose mother, not their father, whom I'm related to, is a Morlock and an Elliott from Tennessee. I forgot. I haven't seen them in like 30 years. Her name's Rosemary. Her maiden name's Elliott. Her father was an Elliott. Her mother was a Morlock. My cousins are skinheads. They'll tell you they're skinheads. You can go to their Facebook and see it. They have quite the past. I'm not going to go into it because then that requires me to talk shit on them. And that's not my intentions at all, because I love my cousins regardless of our differences. But they are related to everybody in Beach Creek just through their last names and where their mother's from. So that connects Fred to my area. Do you understand? In my opinion, that would connect Ziggy to my father's family, my stepmother's family, and Fred to my family. And then you throw in that I discovered my father has several companies where money's being laundered from. It's a lot to explain. I cannot make you people understand it if you haven't been following it and trying to put it together, because it's a lot. I'm trying to put it together in my own head. I jumped the gun after I called law enforcement and told them my discovery. I've been very upset about this all week. It's taken an emotional toll. The games that have been played with me, the 4 lawsuits, all the other shit, there's a reason for it. I've explained it in not my last live, but the live prior to that in better detail. So if you want to skip through and go read a message from a man named Guy Schutzius, who has, I believe, control with my evil stepmother's sister of my father's stocks and company, who would connect to Ziggy and Fred. I don't know if that helps. I'm not going to get out here. People were like, you said your family. Yeah, because Fred would be part of my family. Not mine by blood, but my cousins. I panicked when I heard it. Shit like that happens when you're a creator and you make a discovery like that. After you've been beaten the fuck down on this platform. I'm not crazy, and it's true. I gave everybody all the research. They can go look it up for themselves. You put it together. I'm done. I'm done. I am mentally and emotionally exhausted from Summer's case, my first case that I've covered. People don't want to listen. They want to accuse me because they hate me. Show more proof. Show more proof. It's there. Okay? You go look it up. I'm done. I've contacted LE, the feds, even the Internal Revenue Service. It takes time to investigate. I needed to understand that. So when I came out here with my video and made my huge mistake, it was truthfully an emotional, human mistake. And I apologize. And for all of you that cannot understand that, fuck you. Let's go finish listening to the real asshole that's out there fucking lying.
I think everybody's going crazy, guys. There's a lot of stuff going on in the community. I don't even know if I want to even freaking even look into it because I don't know if I want to get involved with that freaking nightmare. The less I know, probably the better, right? Seriously, I don't. So.
I'm going to show you the proof that I already showed you since you're saying I need to show proof. Not trying to be rude. See, that's the thing. When we all came out here looking into Summer's case, we all showed proof and then we all researched it. I'm showing the proof and nobody wants to click on it or look out at it. So let me show you how I've been showing you the fucking proof. Because I don't mean to be rude, but it's shit like that that's pissing me the fuck off. For real, for real. This is my father's Facebook. He wasn't on Facebook often. This is proof that he was all into all of the stocks. He likes Leonard Skinner. Tuesday's gone. BVTK. It's a stock. I love this stock. GLTA. Happy Father's Day, all. I'm going to give you the best tip in your life. This is because he hates me. And my sisters. Well, I don't know. BVTK, penny stock, going NASDAQ real soon. Within 6 months for real. iHub.com. I'm not crying. Love this stock. I'm happy with the BVTK 0.14. Next close. It's nothing but proof. Okay, wait a minute. Now let's go here. This is his land. On the motherfucking border. Okay? He sent me these pictures. This is the thing I was talking about yesterday, that he lived near, and then there was a pool and it fell over. Okay? I don't know exactly where the land is. I've never been there. He didn't live on it. He lived on it briefly in a trailer that he put some fucking solar panels on. And then he moved to an apartment in Mexico. I can't get proof of that. It's Mexico. He had an ice cream shop there. Okay, there's proof. Here's JLR on my dad's land. Why? I don't fucking know. Hold on. I can't prove all this yet. It's coming though. Hold on. I wrote my mother-in-law, or my stepmother, ex-stepmother. Can you tell your sister I would like my dad's financial shit? Patricia Prito, which by the way, she didn't comment on it and she deleted me. Thank you for accepting my request. I have one more. I want my father's business information. Like, I'm not going to sit here and go through this and go through this and go through this. Yes, Peanut. Did you not just hear me? I went to LE with it, and then I came here the next day and panicked like they were going to go arrest people. I thought my tip came in. I don't know Peanut, I know my family's connected to bad crime. I believe it could possibly be organized crime based on things I have found out about my father. But no, I do not believe they personally came to Beach Creek and picked up Summer. I think that there may be something more going on there that may have caused Summer to go missing. Like, I don't understand what's so hard to comprehend about that. If you're looking at this as a ring, everybody else has stated it, and there is some links to something that could possibly be that, you would think people would want to look at it and look at the proof that I've already shown, instead of coming on here and saying, you need to prove it. You need to prove it. It's there. The proof is there. Go research it. Come back when you've gone through 4 lawsuits, harassment, people telling you to kill yourself, people telling you pushed your husband in the world, that you pushed your husband in front of a fucking train. Panic, anxiety. You come back after that and then deal with more shit because you're putting information out that may have something to do with something. Emotions play a part in this. And if people can't understand that, I don't know what to tell them. People make mistakes. And no, I don't have to show no more proof. I gave it to you. Go look at it. There's no more proof to show. Go find it. What accusation did I make, Misty? Listen, something else happened in one of my chats in the middle of the night. I don't think a Fed agent would come into my chat. However, somebody came into my chat, acted as though they were a Fed agent, said some things to me that I'm not going to say, because if they were, there's no way I don't want to hinder anything. And I believe that that's already what I did by stating what they said. However, I can prove to you that I've had this live and that YouTube deleted it, stating I was bullying people, and the chat had nothing to do, the whole live had nothing to do with bullying. So just give me a moment here. Like, why would I come out here and tell you people things that could possibly hurt? Summer's case, you come out here, oh, demand, demand, demand. Look, on January 25th or 26th, early morning, I had a live called Hold On. After they removed it, I appealed it because there was nothing bullying in it. The other day, they allowed me to put it back on, and then they took it off again. Somebody came into my chat and asked me things about my childhood and things about my sister that only they would know. That only I would know. I don't want to go on and talk about it no more. Because if it was a Fed agent, which, by the way, hold on, I will show you the name. Because they were in a chat prior to that. Marion, you was in there, I think. Objection BS. Hold on, do I have that on share? Objection BS was the name of the person that had come into my chat. Do you guys understand now? It was an hour and like 36-minute live. I wasn't on real long. I got off after the guy came into my chat. There were a few others in the chat when they came in. I was told some things about my family. If it was a Fed agent, I don't want to go on and hinder Summer's case. I did what I had to do to look into it afterwards, and it connected. Just look it up. Look at what I showed you on my community wall. There's no way Karen had anything to do with this. Come on, Crystal. Karen found the clothes. Karen's changed her story. If you're talking about Karen Elliott, she's changed her story 60,000 times. I'm not saying she had anything to do with it. It could just be she knows what Fred had to do with it. However, to wait to come out with things like that and to know that details, and then to hear Fred say, well, she worked at the hotel that Layla went missing from. Is there truth to that? You got to wonder. It's speculation at best, but it's a road. And I know where my cousins connect. I know who their family is. I know where they're from. It just took me a little bit to figure it out because they've been trying to block me from figuring that out. No, I never said it did, Peanut. I said what it does is prove that she was in the same area as my father and would have connections to my father, which would connect her to Beach Creek. There's a lot to it. I don't quite understand it all myself yet, but I know the family ties are there. Do you see anybody from Beach Creek coming out here and saying, no, that's a lie? I know who my family is and I know where they're from. I'm not related to Fred, but my cousins are. I never said Ziggy's dad ever had anything to do with anything, Christy B. See, that's what I mean. People twist my words. What I said was Ziggy would have knowledge of the stocks because of what her father does for a living and that she went to school for only math. Go back and listen to my lives. That's what I mean. People come out here and they make things up that you've said. Ziggy's dad has nothing to do with any one of this. I never said that. Go listen to my lives. I said Ziggy would have knowledge of how those stocks work because of the industry her father is in. That's what I said. Many times. And I've been accused of being people I'm not. Did you know I married Wayne Morlock and I pushed my husband in front of a train? So you're going to criticize me when all the other creators do the same exact fucking thing, right? Is that what you're saying? Because we're human, we get out here, we have emotions, we fight, it's drama, and I'm not the only one. So if somebody wants to come over here with hate over something I fucking said, I don't know what to tell you. I'm sure everything you've ever said in your life has always been perfect, right? Because I believe Six Up is a cousin of mine, and that's the shit I don't want to get into. She looks like a cousin of mine. She would have ties, and that's why I think Karen's in it. I can't explain it until there's proof. You want me to come out here and show you proof? Well, I can't if you guys don't give me time to research it, or you go research it and figure it out. There is no proof right now. It's just thoughts and theories. Tell them bitches to go show their faces. Six Up, the picture she has, she looks just like my cousin Jennifer. Exactly. And I'm not a cop. And that's the thing. Like, subs come over here and they're like, tell us proof, this, that. I can't give you no fucking proof. Go to TBI for that. Go to LE. I would be lying if I came out here and said, this is definite. This is proof. And it's wrong of all of you when I'm just a conversation channel to come out here and even demand it from any creator. We are not the cops. What part of that does people not understand? We don't have factual based information. The people with the badges that went to school that work in Summer's community and on her case do. I don't. So no, fuck all of you that come over here. Show proof, show proof. I'll show you what I want when I want, as I have this whole time. And for those that don't like it, unsub. Don't watch. You don't have to harass me. I'm not the one out here like Ziggy giving misinformation saying there was a blue truck there. That's because, Misty, I've been fucked with. That's because, Misty, I've had 4 lawsuits. That's because, Misty, I went through 500 comments a day telling me to off and unalive myself, and I don't deserve to be here in Summer's case. So when your subs attack you and they change their names just like you did, because I don't know who you are and I've never seen you before, of course I'm going to defend myself. I don't trust nobody. I have nobody on here to trust. I've explained that many times just recently in one of my lives. I'm not here for friends. When people come out here and they play fuck shit games with people emotionally, you're going to get that. Plain and simple. You either stick through it and show me you're a loyal sub that wants the information, or you fucking leave, or I'm going to block you, because that's where we're at. That's where I'm at. Let me finish playing, or no, where was I? What time is it? Evelyn's back on. I'm going back to my Megan Boswell trial. What happened?
Chewing gum that was removed, collected as evidence, and sent to our crime lab.
Hold on, guys. They have the mic on. We're just waiting for them to unmute. It says they started 14 minutes ago. Let me see if we missed anything. Oh, they talked about it. What receipts do you want, Peanut? Can you explain to me what receipts you want? I'm a speculation channel. Crystal's Crime Conversation. I speculate, I commentate, and I talk. I've posted the receipts that I possibly can without hindering if what happened the other day or last week is true. I don't believe that subs have a right to come out here and tell me what content to show. That's the truth. I'll tell you what, you pay my bills, you do my research, and then you can come out and tell me what proof to show. I showed everything I can. If you don't think it's enough, do your own research. That's all I can say. You're not my boss and you don't pay me. If you don't like it, move on. Plain and simple. That's why I get ignorant with my subs, because you come over here and get ignorant with me and demand things that I don't know what you want. Do you want my fucking blood? I gave you everything I possibly thought could help you. If you want the receipts, go dig for them, because I'm done with it. Understand that. If you don't like it, leave my fucking chat, because the next time you say it, I'm blocking you.
All right, and looking at the newest edition of Tennessee Law of Evidence, 7th edition. I'm on page 8-6. Under Rule 803, 1.2, admission by party opponent. The statement offered against a party that is A, the party's own statement, is not excluded by the hearsay rule. And in the entirety of 806, I'm sorry, of the discussion of Rule 803, 1.2, well, in the book, it's section 8.06. But the rule is actually 803, 1.2. There's no discussion of the rule of completeness as applied to the exclusion of a party opponent. The only thing it says is that the person against whom the statement is used may testify. And of course, this is a criminal case, so she's not required to testify.
Judge, at the point we refer to Rule 106, Rules of Evidence, I think that discusses the doctrine of completeness and order of process of play case. The case of State versus Torres from
Hold
Tennessee.
on.
Yes, this is the Evelyn Boswell case, Tic Tac. She lived in Blounteville, not far from Summer. It's how I found Summer. She was found in 2020, 2 months after reported missing by her grandfather. Nobody had seen her since I think the date was December 9th. The grandfather reports her missing. TBI goes looking for her. They find her March 6th. And this is the trial. Okay.
That's why we have these issues. That's why I set so many hearings before court.
I understand. I didn't expect they would dismiss that count of the indictment today and do this.
One what?
106, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
7. And that is State versus Brewer.
So, under a 106 evaluation, what, I guess my question is, I don't know what the rest of the statement says.
Well, that's exactly my point, Judge. There's nothing misleading about what I asked. I didn't ask anything about what Ms. Boswell said. I didn't elicit any testimony whatsoever about a statement that she made. All I asked was whether or not she admitted that she was dead. There's nothing misleading about that, and nothing about what he's going to ask as far as that. All it does is further their theory. It doesn't in any way clear up any misconception or misleading information that I may have presented from that.
According to this Torres case, in 2002, in the defendant's murder trial, the court erred in denying the admission of the videotape of defendant's statements. However, the error was harmless because the evidence of defendant's guilt was overwhelming and nothing on the videotape remotely implied that the defendant was innocent of the crime. So, not knowing, I don't know what's on this tape. I haven't seen it. Today, hearing about it. So that's what I'm asking.
Good. My understanding of that doctrine, it doesn't, I don't have to show that there's something misleading. I don't have to-
Absolutely, it does. I mean, it's right out of the, right out of
Can I
the.
finish? I'll listen to you. I mean, no disrespect to anyone here. I'm not trying to upset anyone. But in Torres, there was an issue about that. There are other cases besides Torres. That's the first one I pulled up. There's a State versus Brewer it's the same thing. It's an issue of fundamental fairness. They ask about the statement, and they say, I can't ask about the parts I want to ask about. And if we need to take a minute, I've asked the court for a minute so we can print a couple of those cases and make sure I want to do this right. I know you want to do it right.
You've got the cases on that.
Judge, I think there's a good explanation in the unpublished case of State versus Dylan Brewer. That could be found at 2019 Westlaw 1109917. I forwarded that to your assistant and asked her if she would print it. I have not. And I've given that citation to the state as well.
And Judge, I would go back to the part, the rule requires that a writing or recorded statement or part thereof be introduced by a party. I did not introduce any part of her statement. I asked Detective Fraley if she ultimately admitted that her child was dead. I didn't ask what she said. I didn't ask how she did, if she admitted she did it, if she said she didn't do it.
What you asked was if she made that statement too, in which she get it. I mean, I have heard that back. If that's what you want me to do, I mean.
I would further point the court, the footnotes to the rule of completeness 106 clearly talked. Mr. Scott said it didn't, but it clearly says, rule providing that when a writing or written recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require the introduction at that time of any other part or any other writing which ought in fairness to be considered contemporaneously with it, provides an adverse party a mechanism for putting portions of the writing into context if the portions would otherwise be misleading. There's nothing misleading about what I asked Agent Fraley. He's not trying to clarify anything. unless he's in some way trying to insinuate that the child wasn't dead.
Well, we're gonna take a minute, and I'm gonna look at whatever cases.
Yes, Judge, they're having a hard time going through it. We can have a minute. I'll collect and send them back. I just may need time to do it.
Who are you talking
Back to your staff.
about? Okay,
Your Honor, may I step out for a few minutes?
yeah, we'll take, we're still on the radar.
They muted. We could bullshit. I was thinking something. The other thing I want to say is, and then you have like people expect me just to trust everybody that comes into my chat, but you have people like Holler Girl and Lady R and Diana Dana, in my opinion, that come over here and pretend to be your friends and like, yeah, we're chummy, we support you. And then they turn around and do some fucking psycho shit. Like, people need to go back and look and understand why it is I feel the way I do. Any of you would feel that way too. And I'm not going anywhere just because people want to kick me off of here, bully me, sue me, tell me to unalive myself, pretend to be my friend, leave, write me in the back, send me shit, beg me to go harass police officers and their victim grandchildren. Like, it's a lot, guys. It's a lot. And if nobody can understand that, I don't know how else to make people understand that I'm human. It's been going on since the beginning of time, though. It's not just her. It's people like Scott, Squall, Gavel, Adrian. They've all done it. People I've never spoken to, Duchess, lean on me. If people can't understand why I feel the way I do, then I don't know what to tell them. And I truly don't mean to be rude to my subs, but I don't know who's a real sub and who's not at this point. And that's truth. That's not speculation. People come into my house, standing on my porch, coming daily with court papers, day after day after day. I'm human. Please understand that. I'm human. I'm not a robot and I don't have a badge. I never went to school to be a lawyer. I never went to school to be law enforcement. I don't have proof that is viable. I have my speculations based on things that have happened during this case and things that I can show you that I believe intertwine. It is not right of any sub to come to somebody or another creator, to come to somebody's chat or on their community. Show proof, show proof. I'm demanding people to show me proof right now. Ziggy, I want Fred to respond to the things I've been saying. Has he? No. Do I see you guys going over in the Ziggies demanding her? Show it. Show what Crystal's saying. Tell Fred to talk. No. Nobody does that, but they come over to my chat and demand it from me. Fuck out of here with that shit. Thank you. And that's what I want to be here for. Get the stories out. Talk about them. If I find something, I'll tell you about it. Just like I am now. Sometimes there might be something we can't tell you because we discovered something. And it would hinder Summer's case. Or any case. But yet y'all will come over here, demand. No. You go do the research I did. You go through what I have. And then you come back and demand that shit from me. Because I'm done with that. I'm nobody's minion. I'm a leader. I've never been a follower. I never will be a follower. And people need to understand that. I make my own content and I do my own thing on my own motherfucking channel where I pay for my own shit. You pay my bills, you do my research, then you can come tell me what the fucking put on my channel and what is proof and what is not. And I don't really care no more if I sound like a bitch at this point. And I'm sorry for those of you that truly are here to support me. When this is all said and done, when answers come for Summer, we'll decide who's friends. I enjoy talking to you guys in my chat. I enjoy conversating about Summer. I don't enjoy the harassment. Just the constant story making up stories with no facts, no research, nothing to back what she says. I was extremely naive. I never in a million years thought that this is where I would be sitting in 2025. Never. It just doesn't even, to me, it baffles me. Summer's case is confusing, and I feel like it never should have been on YouTube to begin with because it's too complicated. I will never cover another child's case the way I covered Summer's. I want to do trials. I want to go over drug addiction. I want to be a support. I want to start coming live earlier. If I come live later in the night, it's going to be a live. Making fun of somebody or drama. I'm going to try to start keeping it daily timed, appropriate. Like, remember when we were all younger, sitcoms, and then you'd get the adult TV after 10? Because this is too much, and it's too much in Summer's case, and it's too much for the people that love her, that are innocent, and we don't know who that is. And it's also too much for the subs emotionally and the creators. The games are too far. The hate, the drama. Like, what little girl that's missing would want a whole bunch of grown-ass people to act the way we all been acting on here? Explain that to me. And that's the subs, the creators, that's everybody. I'm not immune from that either. I'm just tired of it. I'm emotionally drained. I spent my whole day yesterday crying. And let's say that FBI agent guy that came into my chat was real the other day. I don't want to ruin nothing they might have said to me that might lead me to believe something. And let's say they ain't real. Then it's just another fuckstick fucking with my head. It is. It's bad. It's bullying and not what I intended. However, I'm not going to be bullied away. I'm not going nowhere. And I'm not going to deal with the harassment no more. And I am going to stand up for myself because I'm done not standing up for myself. Being silenced and not being allowed to say my real thoughts and feelings because of fear of another lawsuit or retaliation. Right. Like, it's crazy to me that a lot of subs will think that, like, we have the answers as creators, and we don't. We don't have any real proof. None of us. There's only the people that are truly paid for investigating Summer's case that has that. So when the subs come out like, demand proof, like, what proof do you want? I put everything on my wall. like I said, go do the research. Like, I'm truly done doing it. I'm done. I'm emotionally drained. Understand that. Right. And you can see who squawks to whose chats. And you can see that the bullying continues. The ridiculous demands. Like, I wasn't born yesterday. I'm in my mid 40s. And I'm not going to deal with that. My kids are grown, and when they went to school, I taught them not to bully. And I also taught them not to take the bullying. And I would be hypocritical of myself if I came on here and just cowered down to every motherfucker that came out here and said, oh, you can't. Watch me. I can. And I'm not going to be scared away. And I'm also not going to allow people to come over here and make demands of me that I can't give you. I gave you what I can and what I thought was helpful. Because it's sad, Tic Tac. We're just at the point where it is going to be a cold case if they don't come out with answers. And what do? Do we continue the drama for years and years and years? There's other children whose pictures need put out there. And I'm just done with the kid games. I'm too old for it. I've been through too much in my own damn life that I don't have to deal with abuse from anybody on YouTube. And that's God's truth. I just want answers for that baby. And I don't like suspects like Fred Hill coming on here and making up as many stories as he does. And I wish they'd unmute these mics in this courtroom. Oh, shit. No, I didn't say dildo. Divorce. They can go play with themselves, though. I'm no longer in that playground. We're done with it. That's not what I'm here for. I mean, it might be. I might come here at night and like to have a funny one like the night we had the gong night with Ziggy. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I'm not all down for the drama, but I'm not down for the mean drama. I'm not down for the... Guys, can you see it? I've aged in the last 3.5 years. It feels like to me a lot of creators just don't take Summer's case like it's real. They think it's a movie. Like they think the TBI would just go out there and place an Amber Alert so that everybody can come out here and point fingers and accusations, and this one did that the most awful. We're grown. We're all grown. Most of us have children and grandchildren. I'm just above that. Right. And then you got Ziggy. They're out here doing documentaries. I believe that could be true. But that just adds like the movie or TV show element to it. It's just too much. It's stressful. That's right, Tic Tac. I'm 3.5 years older than I was 3.5 years ago. And I've learned a lot coming on here. And I promise never, ever, ever will I get this involved in another fucking case here on YouTube. Not like this. I want to cover the cases. I want to talk about them. I'm no longer doing the research. Not that I can't, because I think I'm pretty good at it. but because it's not right. That's for the federal agents and TBI and law enforcement to do. He never ends. He just doesn't stop. And the lies grow more and more elaborate daily. And people still sit over there and listen to it. Yep. I don't think you're being rude. I can take criticism. What I can't take is ugliness. I'm done with it. I've never, ever, ever had a problem with somebody criticizing me, making fun of me, calling me fat, putting my fucking picture everywhere and all that shit. What I have a problem with is when they come over and say you pushed your husband in front of a train and you should unalive yourself and you shouldn't cover summer and you shouldn't be around children and you're an alcoholic and, 4 lawsuits. Doxing of my child, my adult child, that I didn't raise, that only certain people would know about. I don't come on here and give money. I don't come on here begging for money. This live stream right now is not even monetized because, in my opinion, Evelyn's a victim. Just like I didn't monetize Quentin's until like a week or two later. Oh, nah, you're good. I could take a joke. I could take criticism. I can take people talking about me. What I can't take is when it gets real. And I don't want to put that on anybody else any longer either. And I have. I'm guilty of it. I know that. YouTube's a learning process. Being a creator is a learning process. I'm going to make mistakes along the way when I cover these cases because they get emotional. Summer's case has been extremely emotional for me. I wish they'd unmute these mics. It's already 1:57. The day's going to be over. Yeah. It's too. I really hate when people put their cash apps up. Cover, like if you want to do your drama, okay, put the cash app up. When you want to fight with other creators and make it entertainment, but when you're covering these missing kids, it should come from the heart. That's why I do a lot of my shit in my community post, because then people can't say, oh, well, you're making money. No, you don't make money on your community posts. I'm just tired of it. Like you got Tragedy Pimps Exposed and 6 Up getting on Ziggy about begging for money while they show their cash app. You put it in the cash app, it becomes a gift, a way to clean dirty money. It's not countable. It's not counted as income tax. Like you can't file taxes on it. It's a hidden amount of money. People don't know what the subs are giving to the creator. How dare you get on here? And I'm not sticking up for Ziggy. Y'all know that. But how dare you get on here and down somebody for tragedy pimping while you're tragedy pimping doing it? Can someone make that make sense? Right. I mean, don't get me wrong. I leave my commercials on. I tend to try to wait until after my live is over. I am a monetized channel, so the little money thing will show up. I'm not going to deny a super sticker or the legal way where people can see what I'm getting. I'm not saying don't make money on your channels, but when you're dry begging and putting cash apps up, that's a problem to me. If you take your time to pay for your apps and make your content and do the research, and you have to pay for your research or for the ways to make your videos, fine. But do it the right way with the super stickers and the super chats. That's why YouTube gives you that. People are so greedy, they don't want to pay YouTube their portion of 30%. Well, YouTube offers us this platform to be able to make a couple extra dollars. I only look to pay one or two of my apps. I probably pay about what, $250 a month in all the apps I use with my Chat GPT and my Canva, but I don't use all that for YouTube. So I'm not going to come out here and be like, oh, pay for my shit. But if like my Canva's $13 a month, if I got a Cash App for $13, I'm going to take that $13 and I'm going to put it on my Canva, and you just saved me a little bit of money for next month. But I'm not going to come out here with my Cash App like, hey, send me hundreds of dollars, $20, $30, buy this, buy that. Here's a sticker of Summer Wells. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? And then to call out tragedy pimps, well, you yourself are tragedy pimping. It's disgusting. That's my thoughts on it. That's how I feel about it. People don't need to agree with me. I'm not asking people to agree with me. I can only give you what I think. And I think it's gross to put a Cash App, a Venmo, or a PayPal up. I do. If you want to make money the way YouTube offers you to make money, fine. Because that's what the platform's for. And I think that when you're covering true crime cases, they need to just kibosh the whole, if you put Cash App up, you're banned. And now I'm chain smoking. Nightbot. Right. I don't even know how to get a fucking Nightbot. Yeah. It's like dry begging. But here's the thing, you guys also have to remember there are channels. That's where there's like confusion. Because there are channels that do just art and actually can use the money where it's not tragedy pimping. Not all of YouTube is true crime. And that's the problem. They need to make categories and have certain rules for each category, in my opinion. Because I could see somebody who does like all artwork that, or like Ziggy doing the resin. I don't have a problem with people getting her shit for that. However, she's doing it on a true crime channel where she has the Nightbot and Amazon wish lists, and she's sharing lies. Straight lies. In a missing child's case. Games. There's a fine line. Why doesn't she put Summer's picture up? I've had streams where I have nothing but Summer's picture up. News reports. And that's what I plan to do tonight for Summer's birthday yesterday. I just want to go through and chat and just play a shit ton of news clips and get thoughts today. However, I want this trial to be over because I ain't eating. I got some things to do, so they need to unmute this mic. 1:15, we're an hour later. Anybody that's a suspect in a case should be quiet. They shouldn't even be allowed on YouTube. There should be like contempt. If you're a suspect, you should be held in contempt if you go to YouTube and be thrown in jail or have to pay a huge fine. Like, I live in Pittsburgh. I'm not a suspect. I was never around Summer. I never met Summer. Jody, Sue, Fred, Andy. I truly don't believe that Ellie thinks Jody, Sue, and Andy is a suspect based on the phone call that Andy made. But Fred, there's proof that shows he's a suspect. Just the lie detector test alone. However, they said neighbors. And that's what I mean. Like LE also, I feel in my response, I think TBI has a lot to learn. I don't think they're the best agency. That's my opinion. I don't think they, like, we just heard this guy here in Evelyn's case get on here and skip a whole month of searches. He got on a stand and lied blatantly and said the first place we looked was the playhouse, and that's not true. They went to Evelyn's house and they searched under the trailer and they searched the dad's. They were at that property for days, for a month, and never looked in that playhouse. And that's aggravating and upsetting. And they don't want to state it. So you could see that TBI will get on the stand and lie, in my opinion. That bothers me. Put her whole ass in it. Stick her to Fred with it. They could go to jail and be miserable together for the rest of their lives, locked in a single cell. Oh, goodness. I have my fan. I'm turning my fan off and on, off and on. I got my speaker here so that when they show pictures, I don't have to show the pictures. Yes, Evelyn was from just a few minutes away from Summer Tic Tac, Sullivan County. Like, it's just disheartening to have people come in here. Show proof. You show proof. You go get the fucking proof and show it. I'm over that shit. You know how much problems that has caused me? That's what caused me my lawsuits. Show proof. Show me what Linda said. I go out and I show it and then I get sued. Like it's a setup. Fuck out of here with that shit. The more they all speak publicly, the more backwards Summer case goes. Yep. I don't know why subs think that creators are police. It's tiring. I want them to unmute the mic. Was that young kid, is he going on stand next? They told him to come back. They was letting him out of jail or something. I don't even know that he was part of this case. I guess before they unmute the mic, we could go over my takeaways again from this morning. So, prosecution opening statements. The one thing that was new to me that I didn't, one of the things that was new to me that I didn't hear while following Evelyn's case was that Megan told the police that she owed Angela money. And that was one of her lies, that her mother took Evelyn because she owed money. Then we found out Ethan, it was not Evelyn's biological child. Was Evelyn's biological father. That was a shock. We found out that the trash can had come from Megan's own home, her apartment. Hey, John. We found out in the prosecution's opening statements that, much like Casey Anthony, Megan took trips instead of reporting her child missing. The judge scolded the news reporter for a camera flashing in the courtroom. The defense came up in their opening statements. They claimed that it was not malice and that Hunter had ruled on Evelyn, which, if that's the case, Megan's still responsible, because why do you have your baby in a bed with a strange man, in my opinion? And I covered TBI saying they went to the playhouse first. That's my takeaways from this morning. Thanks to Evelyn's grandpa. Yeah. I'm glad somebody spoke up. Who knows if anybody would have ever known Evelyn was missing if they'd have just let it go. I was really shocked that Ethan wasn't Evelyn's father. That's heartbreaking. Because at that same time, he was dealing with his mother passing away, and they did, John Davis. But as you can see, that's not the truth, right? It's another family riddled with drugs that has criminal pasts. But there was one person responsible for Evelyn going missing, and her family went through hell just for reporting the baby missing. What are you doing? Sorry. Stretching all loud. You hear my husband over there stretching, making man noises. I'm hungry. I ain't eaten yet today. I'm probably going to make a sandwich when they unmute, so I might step away. I just want people to understand where I stand in Summer's case. Tic Tac said, "Hey, Earl." He said hello. The boyfriend's chicken shack shut down soon after. Oh, is it closed down? I didn't even know that. A1 said, "You better behave." The other day, him running in my face with that phone. That was funny as hell. What would we do without men? I could think of a lot of things. Oh, you hear him? He said, "Yeah, we'd have more money." How's that for behaving? He's going to get it. Now, what are you doing? Oh, will you get me one? Mine's cold and almost empty. Look at these Stitch cups. Ain't they cute? No, he has a twin brother, but his twin brother was born autistic. He lives in a home. My husband's a twin, and he has an older sister, and she's gorgeous. Oh. Sorry, I have my speaker here because they were showing actual pictures of Evelyn, and I didn't want it on my channel. Yeah, his brother's a sweetheart. His mom's a sweetheart too, but mother-in-law's. She's funny though. She cracks me up. I got lucky with him. He got a good family. His dad worked at AT&T for years and years as a supervisor, and his grandfather was the first black surgeon in Pittsburgh. Your grandfather or great grandfather, Earl? Which one was the surgeon? My nose is itchy, and every time I itch it, people are going to be going, she's doing drugs. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay. I think it was his great grandfather, who was the first surgeon here at Allegheny General Hospital. And they actually come from Virginia and Louisiana and Bedford, PA, all country, Creole, most of them. He's ancestors with Lizzie Borden, swear to God. Gil Borden was his fourth grandfather. He's the guy who made the map of Texas, and he owned slaves, and he enslaved my husband's great grandmother, Agatha? No, I forget. We looked it up. I'm not sure. I'd have to go look. A1. We always wanted to go visit and like go look because they have like the slave. They have a building down there or something you can go to and look it all up. It's a lot of history, and it's hard to like pinpoint a lot of stuff because his family was slaves. But we got a pretty good understanding of it, and the rest of his family looks it up too. So like you connect on the ancestry and all that. It's pretty neat. I found out years ago that my great great grandmother ran off with a slave. Really? Listen to her laughing. Oh, I have in my ancestry on my mom's side, I have a cousin. I guess it would have been my great grandmother's niece, who was a silent movie actress, and she passed away in Paris. They said that Pinkerton or whatever poisoned her. Olive Thomas was her name. That's a family member of mine. South Carolina still has the slave market building. I know there's one in Virginia. We always wanted to go down and look. And then the ones in Louisiana would be really interesting because that's where she met the Gil Borden from Texas. A lot of deep history. I wish they would unmute this mic. Oh, cool. I envy everyone. Aw. I'm sorry, A1. That's rough. My ex was adopted. But listen, let me tell you something. His family showed up and came around and they were crazy. They were fucking batshit. So maybe it's a blessing you're adopted. Because his birth family was fucking insane. Most of them. What a conundrum of people. I'll tell you that. Aw. Tic Tac said she'll adopt you. I'll adopt you too. You're adopted. The conversation family. Guys, hold on. I gotta mute for 1 minute. Sorry, I had to tell my husband something. He had a phone call earlier. Oh, cool. I don't know what that is, but I'll have to look it up. Definitely have to look that up. I'm going to hit my bull. You guys want to hit the bull? Let's hit the bull. There you go. Oh, cool. I'll look it up. I'll read my chat later and go see who he was. Oh, thank you, Moonflower. Oh my goodness, this court shit's getting frustrated. I'm ready to just go and come back and cover it later. We've sat here for over an hour waiting for them to unmute the mic. Talked about Ziggy and Fred. Heck yeah. Even if you can't dance, dance. Music's always good. Yeah, you know what, guys? I think I'm going to go get lunch. I'll come back later after I cover Summer and some news clips for an hour or two, and we can go over the second half or whatever happens today in Megan's, and then I'll be back tomorrow morning for trial, and hopefully they'll have the mic unmuted. I'm looking on Court TV channel. There was a charge dropped on Megan. Holy cow. All right, well, it's 2. How about this? I'll be back about sometime between 5 and 7. I think that sounds like a plan because he just got up. I'm going to go have lunch. No, why? I'll be back, Tic Tac. I promise. I just want to go have lunch with the hubby. I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten. And then we'll come back. I'm going to go over like an hour or 2 of news clips tonight on Summer for her birthday. And then we can finish Megan. I'll be able to skip through. Might be something I do. I'm just trying some new things. I did this with Quentin and it went pretty good, but I might do it a little different. All right, guys. Peace and love. I'll see you in a few hours. Bye.